Hello everybody, welcome into our latest live broadcast, and today it is the 31st of May, the last day of May 2025, and here comes June. Well, thanks for that info, Carey. We would have never known that's what happens after May 31st. That's what I'm here for, man. I'm just here to keep you updated and informed. Today it is Saturday, and what I've decided to do today is I've noticed lately in the chat room there's been a lot more requests regarding people getting more involved in interactive in the chat. And this kind of comes and goes in waves. And what I've realized is it's been a while since we did sort of an Ask Me Anything and turn the floor over to the audience. And I've decided that's what I'll do today, so that when I get on with trying to do reviews and builds, we can better stay on topic, I'm hoping. Of course, you're always welcome to ask any technical questions that you have, especially if you're struggling with a technical issue. We're here to help. If you're struggling with a what-if hypothetical situation, I cannot help. I'll just put that right out there right now. Well, what if we could spend all day accomplishing nothing, just sitting around talking about all the possibilities our imagination can come up with, and all the while making no difference to the world around us and having no impact on our realities. So for that, you're welcome to join the forums and have those what-if hypothetical discussions. But for people who actually are struggling with issues, we can solve all of them one way or another. In fact, we sent a mini PC out to somebody who bought a computer from me a while back. And they're in another state. They're like in Ohio or something. They're really far from Arizona. And as soon as I got the mini PC, it didn't work. Now, of course, I go through all sorts of checks and double checks and triple checks before I send anything out. And because of the distance between us, I've never met this person face to face. I don't know the environment the machine is in. I do know that the way I send them out, they work. What I don't know is if something is being plugged into the machine that's causing the problem. I don't know if the machine was drop kicked in the process of shipping between getting it from me to them. And this is why I get upset at the Amazon reviews that will do a 1-star review about receiving a damaged product, a product that doesn't work right out of the box, when the manufacturer did everything they could possibly do. But the one thing we can't do is control what is out of our control. So we don't know how many people handled this package, how many trucks it was transferred to, how it was placed in the truck or removed from the truck, and how much weight was sitting on top of it, and if they dropped that weight from 10 feet up and just slammed it down on the box. Let me put you in a box and let me do that to you, and then let me talk about how you're the problem. You broke too easily. It's preposterous to be upset at the product when you should be upset at the distribution of the product. And the distribution can be handled via cargo on a ship from Asia to America, then onto a cargo container, onto an 18-wheeler, into a warehouse. From the warehouse, distributed amongst other warehouses. From there, it's handled again and placed wherever it goes in the warehouse so they can find it. Customer orders it, let's just say. Then that gets packaged from the warehouse to yet another delivery company. So we're looking at no less than 3, upwards of 4 delivery companies, because let's face it, the company that makes this isn't on the dock. All right, so when the company manufactures this, it has to go onto some kind of a vessel, some kind of transportation to bring it to the dock to get loaded on the cargo ship. It may even go through customs. It may be handled there as well. So it goes through all that. I get it. I go through it. I, bring it up to my standard. And then what do? Well, I'm shipping it again. Most of the time, things survive shipping, no problem whatsoever. Most of the time. And that's true of manufacturing as well. The vast majority of what they're sending out is going out just fine. And they're probably selling tens of thousands of units. And then you get like 12 negative reviews and people freak out, because they don't understand the concept that 12 out of 12,000, that's a pretty damn good reliability rating and survival rating of that kind of shipment. I don't think you would survive it. Some of it. A lot of these machines do better than we would if we were handled in such a way. So here I'm a victim. You know, I did everything right. It was packed correctly. It wasn't even going to another country. And yet still, from what I gather, you know, the customer got it immediately out of the box, would not work. I walked him through some simple things to check, and beyond that, I said, send it back. Now, here's the thing. Sending these back is no big deal. When it's a desktop computer like this, oh boy, you know, you're looking at over $100 to ship this thing back and forth. And then because it's so big and it's so heavy, it's far more likely to be damaged. The statistical likelihood of damage is much higher on something bigger and heavier. And then the cost effectiveness of sending something back and then back and forth to get it fixed doesn't make any sense to not buy locally, where you can, you know, take it back to your local Best Buy or something, even if it's for a refund, because that's a lot faster and a lot cheaper and a lot less risky than sending it back. Then I fix it, let's just say. Then I pack it up again and send it again, and then it gets damaged in shipping, right? There's nothing we can do. And now suddenly you're spending $1,000 on shipping for your $600 computer when it's all said and done after 6 months of frustration and annoyance. I'm not happy, you're not happy, and I guess the shipping company is the one going to the bank laughing all the way. So a lot of people don't understand, they don't grasp why I'm not shipping to certain places and why these mini PCs are also superior in both shipping cost and likelihood of damage being significantly reduced, but it still happens. Okay. Let's say hello to everybody joining us in the chat. Happy Saturday. Our Fred Buster with a 10-pound super chat says, hello, Carey and Mara, everyone in the chat. All the best from Bonnie, Scotland. Temperature in Edinburgh today, 53 degrees Fahrenheit or 11.6 Celsius, and it's raining. You know, we might get some rain here tomorrow. I mean, I'm not holding my breath, but it'd be kind of nice if we did. That'll be the last of it for a while. Let's see, what else do we have? Eddie Casanova says hello. Dazzle555 joins us. I see Matt and I see Frank Jimmy saying hello. Gil Garcia says hello. Our friend Mark Gaines there in Northern Ireland joins us, along with Doman 2000 and Lawrence Pierre. Mortant says hello. There's David Graham. Matthew Burden says hello. Jim Kenny joining us. Good to see everyone in here today, and I want to encourage you to ask your computer questions. If you have any computer questions that have been missed in previous broadcasts or have just started up, today is the right day for that here. And of course, we do our best to provide answers throughout normal live streams, but sometimes it can take us off on a tangent, and then it ends up making a live stream go a lot longer than it was intended, or the live stream has to end without the project being completed. So just understand that we're trying our best to try to do things, you know, still being flexible enough to say, look, you know, if it's a simple question, we can answer it in the process. Some simple questions have complex answers, and I may not get to it, or I might advise you to email us, depending on what the problem is. And of course, you're always welcome to email us with any questions you have at any time, or better yet, go to our public forum at CareyHolzman.boards.net, and you can ask and interact not only with myself, but lots of other viewers there. It's completely free. And these days, it seems like most everything you can ask, I can already point you to a link online. It's almost like I don't even have to answer your question anymore, which, you know, is kind of sad for me. But at the same time, it may be that you don't know how to find the answer, that you're not using the right search terms. And so I think my job on this side of the camera is just showing people how to use Google properly, how to find the right search terms, or doing it on their behalf to show an example. And then, you know, it's sort of a teach a man to fish kind of a thing, where instead of just providing an answer and you get one answer to one problem that you don't fully understand why it works, instead show you the search term or show you the site that provides you the answer. And then if you require more information, or if that leads you down a rabbit hole to yet another question, they're all usually threaded together. So once you learn that superpower, you become sort of the expert, just because you know how to properly look up the answers. These days, with the internet growing at the pace that it's growing, there's very few questions you can ask that are not already online. It's just teaching you how to find them. And I'm not talking about asking AI. I'm talking about just old school, watching people, finding the conversations of people talking back and forth to each other, and jumping into that conversation that is of the subject matter you are concerned of. All right, and sometimes AI is fine, don't get me wrong, but it's a little hit and miss right now. It's rapidly going to get better, rapidly, to the point where it'll probably provide better answers than the way we're doing it today. But the fact is, whatever question you've got has probably been asked and answered 1,000 times over online. And the trick is really just your Google foo, the skill in which you've decided what words to search for. Once you get the right word, suddenly all the answers pop up. That's the tricky part. And once you get that understood, well, then everything becomes easy after that. So a lot of answers I will provide today, I will end up just providing you links to. And the other advantage to that is it might lead you to a resource that you really enjoy with regards to how subject matter is covered, or what the subject matter is that you have a particular interest in. So with that, again, if you have any questions for us, go ahead and put those in the chat throughout today's broadcast. What I want to do right now, I've got a couple things that I will get to if you guys don't ask any questions, but I would much rather, you know, all this stuff can wait. I'd much rather address your questions and show you how to find those answers during today's show. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, this just arrived. This is the mini PC I sent to that gentleman. This is the Kamrui E3B. Pretty inexpensive computer, but when you consider the cost of me ordering it, paying sales tax, I get free shipping from Amazon. And then I pay to ship it to Ohio, which is probably $20, plus the packing is $15, that's $35. Then they ship it back. They could reuse the packing because they just got it. So just put it right back in the same box. Even then, they did not pack it correctly, but I mean, that's people, right? It's like you open a package with the thought you're never going to need to put it all back together. So the thought of how did it come out of the box never occurs to you. So it all gets jammed in there. As such, it's not packed properly. However, it did have packing around it, so it's fine. But if it were packed properly, it wouldn't have needed the additional packing. It would have just been, wouldn't have hurt anything, but it makes the box bigger, which costs more money to ship it. The amount of space it takes in the truck, the weight of it, and how far it's going are all calculated in the expense. The point I'm trying to get to is we've already spent somewhere close to the cost of this machine. By the time I send it back, I want you to think about this. I could have ordered one of these off Amazon for $135, which includes free shipping, and just had it sent directly to the customer. Just like that. I would not have to go to FedEx. I would not have to modify this in any way. And if they had any problem with it, they could return it to Amazon, and they would get it faster, and the shipping would be free. But this going back and forth stuff, it adds up. So this $130 computer, by the time we get it addressed, fixed, and sent back to the customer, will be about $260. Just so you know. Now, I'm not too worried about this computer because it's so inexpensive. My concern was that the customer's getting what they need. And if anything's wrong with it, of course, I want to know about it so I can help get that corrected. I'm not even sure how this was in here. I think, I thought it went in like this. That's how it should have been packed, right? The mini PC goes here, and then this opens up, and then your power pack is in there. And the reason the packing is important is so that it survives. The likelihood of survival of shipping is going to be greatly increased by following the proper repacking. If you're sending something back for a return, you're not getting it back, who cares? But if you're sending something in for repair and it gets further damaged in shipping, the repair gets worse. And what's even insulting to that is if the person who repairs it doesn't know how to pack it and ship it back to you right, undoing the repair they did, essentially creating more damage, in addition to the expense and time between the time I mailed this, the time they received it, the next day they pack it up, they send it back to me. It takes 4 days to get back to me, and I'll have it for a couple days. It'll go out next week. It'll be Friday before they get it. This whole process is now going on 3 weeks and nearly $260 versus just ordering a new one for $134 off Amazon, shipping it directly to the customer and paying nothing for the shipping, and the customer will have it in 2 days. Gee, does what I do make any sense anymore? It's no longer about the right to repair. It's what in your right mind to repair. There's a difference between right to repair and being in your right mind to repair. And I think that's what a lot of these folks that are pursuing right to repair are missing the point. Do you want to spend $200 to fix a $130 computer? Do you want it to take 3 weeks when it can take 2 days and instantly be fixed without wondering, is it going to survive this time? Without all the trips? This thing's seen more of the United States than I have this year. It's better traveled than I have. Well, the first thing we want to do is we want to replicate the customer's complaint, which is, goes to turn it on, it doesn't boot to Windows. Gets an error message, says there's no bootable device found. What does that mean? It could mean that the NVMe drive has become unseated in shipping, which should not happen, but anything. Man, if you've seen the way these are thrown like a football during the Super Bowl game. Sometimes I've seen packages. It's almost like they're trying to score a goal. And the enemy, the opposition is right there. They will slam these things and throw them, and they'll whiz them across the room. They do not care. Some of them. I can't identify who they are, because if I could, well, rest assured I'd be letting management know that they disrespect the packages that they're handling. But it's just part of what comes with shipping. And the further it's going, the more expensive it is, and the higher the likelihood for damage, because the further it goes, the more it gets handled, right? This might have switched trucks 3 or 4 times between here and Ohio. It might have gone from one distribution. It might have been sent from a local FedEx retailer to the local FedEx distribution sorting center, then put on a truck. Now that truck might have gone directly to Ohio, or it probably went to another FedEx distribution center. Then that distribution center puts it on another truck, and then that truck takes it to Ohio, and then it goes to a distribution center in Ohio. From there, it goes on to the local truck or the last mile service, where then your local service delivery area gets sorted in their warehouse, put into trucks according to route, which packages are closer together, until they can fill the truck. The driver goes out and delivers it. Then the driver might just throw it onto your porch. Okay, so I can't emphasize just how much damage these can endure. And yes, that can cause an NVMe drive to pop right out of its socket. Sometimes they're slammed so hard, it's amazing the plastic isn't cracked, and it's a testament to the packaging. So when you think about any time you order anything electronic from Amazon, and you see where it was made in China, I want you to think about how many trucks and how many hands handled that package. And when you open it up and it worked right out of the box, that is impressive engineering. Just say it. And when you open it up out of the box, it doesn't work because there's shipping damage. Well, what did you expect? Given that type of a trip, how would you survive it if that were you in the box? You'd need a hospital stay for sure. All right, so I want to, again, replicate the problem, because when I sent this, it booted right into Windows just fine, no problems. So what I want to do, I've got this machine turned on over here, because initially I thought I was going to use this as to cover a different subject matter. If we have time, we're going to get back to this. So for right now, let me jump over to this computer and power it down, because I need the power cable, the HDMI and the keyboard to be plugged in over here. So let me go to this machine, Whoops, right there. This machine runs great, by the way. I really, really like this machine, especially for what we paid. Great value. Shut this down. And then as that powers off, there it goes. I'm going to grab the Ethernet plug, plug it in here because this should have Windows already installed. Grab my HDMI and we'll plug it in right here. And then finally, we need the cloverleaf style power, which I have right here because I finally got smart and ordered a long one from Amazon. They're like $8, $9. And then I don't have to use the shorter cables that are included or deal with how far the cable can reach. Then we'll turn this on. Wouldn't even turn on. Well, that's a quick repair. It's possible these power bricks go bad. However, the green light indicates it's getting some power. So if there's a fuse or anything, it's clearly not blown. So something inside maybe was damaged. The sad part about this is a pretty nice little mini PC. It's a Ryzen 7 Pro. You know, it's not, this one's actually about a $300 mini PC. And I don't think we ever opened one of these up before. I never needed to. But it's not even juicing up. Well, power light just decided to come on. All right, let's go see what it's doing. Yeah, this is exactly what the customer described. It was getting this troubleshooting screen here, or advanced startup screen. And the mouse, I didn't move the mouse and keyboard over. Let me grab my mouse and keyboard dongle, because that'll probably help if we want the mouse and keyboard to work. I forgot to move that. There we go. Okay, so we want to say continue to Windows 11. And apparently it's just stuck in a loop where it never continues to Windows 11. So as we look at the Elgato screen there, as the system restarts, we get the please wait. That should not have happened, right? When I sent it, it was working fine. What did the shipper do to this? Under troubleshooting, you know, you can go under advanced and start up repair. And of course, the customer said they tried this as well. It takes them nowhere. So something is seriously messed up. Startup repair, uninstall, startup settings, system restore. I don't think that a system restore is going to help us here. There's nothing happening here. What I would do, let's turn this back off again. Let's come back over to camera 1. This sounds like the NVMe drive has suffered a pretty serious corruption. Now, before opening this up and getting your fingers all in there, I would suggest we do a Windows 11 reinstall and see if Windows 11 can see our internal storage, or if it has any issues with our internal storage that prevents us from installing Windows 11. There's nothing as far as the data goes on the drive that you can shake loose. The drive could be dislodged. The question is it worth opening it up when there's so much more damage you are potentially inviting if you choose to go that route? That's your choice to make, just as it's my choice to make. And where I want to start right now is with Windows 11, because if the drive is dislodged, if there's any problem with the drive, then that will become apparent because Windows will say I can't install on that, or it won't even see it. Then I don't have any choice but to open it up, and I don't have much to lose. At that point, the machine doesn't work anyway. On the other hand, It's also possible somehow, some way, things got corrupted beyond my ability to explain it. And that by simply resetting the drive and reinstalling Windows and starting over from scratch, it may work fine again. And we'll never know what caused it. So that's why I'm starting here, because it's less invasive, it's less work, and if it leads me to have to do the additional work, so be it. But I don't want to immediately start with open heart surgery when all somebody needs is a little bit of rest. Everything's fine in there. Let's put it all back together. That seems like a pretty extreme way to go about fixing something. So let me power this on and see if we can boot to the Windows 11 installation media. And again, I can't walk a customer through this from 2,000 miles away. Maybe if I had a nano KVM, but that's another $80 I have to send to them in equipment, walk them through hooking it up. And if this doesn't work, it also means that I'm right back to having to open it up, which I cannot do with the nano KVM. That's where the distance really makes this job difficult. So where the job is great is when everything arrives like it's supposed to, the customer's happy, and you know, everything's good for a long time. If that wasn't the case of normalcy, I would not have a business, because I would be costing me money. It would be cheaper for me to close the doors than to keep the doors open if that was a normal, routine way of conducting business. What I'm looking for now when I start is the option to boot from the flash drive. So if we say, let's see if we can use a device, and it doesn't offer us the flash drive, which is interesting. Let's hit continue here. And what I want to do, as soon as this restarts, we'll hit delete numerous times and get into the BIOS and see if the BIOS sees the flash drive. I think I missed my opportunity right there. I did. All right, let's just continue and wait for it to reboot on its own here. I'm going to start pressing delete right now over and over again, and hopefully that will register and get us into the BIOS. Once I'm in the BIOS, there I am. I'm hoping on the boot side we can see the flash drive. So we see there's a Kingston drive in here with a Windows Boot Manager. But what I don't see is the SanDisk USB drive. It's just not here. Interesting. What if we turn Secure Boot on? It probably won't make any difference. Save and reset. Yeah, I'm a little concerned that I can't see my Windows 11 flash drive. That indicates a more serious issue. However, because the machine is acting so flaky, I would cut power to it, reseat the flash drive, then reapply power and try again. But first, I just want to see if Secure Boot makes any difference. I don't think it will. All of this looks familiar. And we'll hit continue. So what's interesting about the human psyche is we can tell you maybe 1 out of 1,000 of these has a problem. And that's all people will talk about, is how problematic these are, because the one person out of the 1,000 who got the bad one thinks that's normal for the other 999. It's so delusional and disconnected from reality. And the problem is the other 999, a large percentage of them believe it. What can you do? That's the world we live in today. So what I'm going to do right now, come back over to camera 1 here, is I'm going to disconnect power. I'm going to take the flash drive. I'm going to just move it over and make sure it's fully plugged in. We're going to put power back in one more time and turn the unit on. And hopefully we're going to see the flash drive as a bootable option. If not, as I mentioned, opening it up would be more justified. Now these are under warranty as well, and I would not open up anything under warranty, only because you could break it. And everybody thinks, oh, this is easy, I can easily do whatever this thing is, and then it doesn't work anymore. You know, they put in incompatible RAM. Well, it's DDR4, it says it takes DDR4. Now this thing's a piece of crap because it doesn't stay booting right without a blue screen, because you screwed it up. You did that. undo the thing you did and see if the problem goes away. If you send it into support like that, guess what? They're going to kick it back to you. All right, so here is the flash drive this time. Let's see what happens if we try and boot from the flash drive, just to make sure we're not having any internal RAM issue here, and that we're dealing with what may be corruption on the NVMe or a failing NVMe. Let's face it, these Kingston NVMe drives that manufacturers are using are not the best in quality. They're built to be, you know, sold by the thousands. It's a bulk purchase. You cannot buy these Kingston drives, you as an individual. They're not sold to you. These are bulk purchase items specifically for manufacturers in most cases. As a result, the mass production and the bulk shipping, they're built to reach a certain price, right? The manufacturer absolutely wants the lowest price possible. And so where does that cost difference come from? So if I tell you, let's say you sell NVMe drives, you manufacture and sell all different kinds of makes and models. And I approach you and say, hey, I'm a system builder and I want to order 1,000 of these drives from you. You go, okay, Carey, the 500 gig drive that's, you know, our middling Gen 3 or Gen 4 drive, we can get those to you for $65 a piece. I go, no, I need you to get that price down to $50 each, or we don't have a deal. Okay, well, the cost of manufacturing, the packaging, the testing, the shipping, I don't know that I can get to $50. Well, if you can't get to $50, I'm going to go to your competitor. All right, well, then the salesman has to go to work to get the sale. How can we get our costs down so we can sell these, because we got 1,000 we can sell at $50 and still make it worth our while? Well, we can skip the quality control check, or we can reduce that quality control check to just the very basics. Also, the customer probably wants these yesterday. So how do we get them out tomorrow, right now, at that price? What is it we got to cut to make that happen? And quite often, that's exactly how the price gets met, or the deal is never made and that client goes to somebody else. So if you're wondering, does this speak for all Kingston drives? No. This is a specific type of drive designed and built to a price, and it is typically not offered to consumers. It is typically only offered to manufacturers, and the price they pay is about half of what you and I pay. But they're not exactly getting the same thing in most cases. Now, what's making this problem a little more confusing is we see the drive. Clearly, disk 1, this partition 1, that's our SanDisk installation drive. And disk 0, I mean, it looks exactly right. This is where things get tricky. So the best thing I can think of to do is just erase all these partitions and just reset this drive 100%. We'll start over as though it was a brand new, fresh, clean install of Windows. Now, I can't remember if I did that initially or if we stuck with the installer that was there, but it shouldn't have made a difference with regards to this type of an error. I tend to think something's wrong with the drive, that something's corrupted, or the drive has been damaged in some way in shipping, like it's not seated correctly into its base. But the fastest, cheapest, least invasive way I can try to fix this without opening it is just simply reinstalling Windows. It's very simple. So now that I've removed all the pre-existing partitions, including any potential corruption, I can just install Windows 11 no differently than I did on yesterday's build on the brand new machine that we designed and we built during yesterday's video. So right now, after I reset that drive, it repartitions and reformats the drive and starts installing Windows 11 on it all over again. When this reboots to start the Windows 11 installer, because right now it's just copying all the files over, setting up the partitions. After the first reboot, that's where Windows starts to install. If there's a problem with the drive or a problem with the RAM, likely our Windows install will not complete without error. So that's why I say this is the first and most obvious, simple test to run before opening the machine up and digging in, which again, on a brand new machine that's under warranty, I would not advise you to do. If you bought a brand new machine and it doesn't work, send it back. You should not need to repair a brand new computer unless you built it. If you built it, you might have built it wrong. You could have forgotten a standoff behind the motherboard. You could have missed putting a header onto the right set of pins. It could be off by one pin to the left or to the right or above or below. It is usually user error in most cases where home-built systems have an issue upon being built where they don't work. With mini PCs, you hold the builder accountable no differently. If you didn't build it, then you didn't screw it up. If you didn't go in there and upgrade it or modify it or change it, then I guarantee you did not screw it up. But if you did, the first place you want to look for the problem is in the mirror. And that means you undo everything you did and put it back to the way it was to verify if it's you or if it's it. Because if it works again after you put it back the way it was, you have a lesson to be learned. Okay? It's not on the manufacturer that you don't know that lesson. Whatever that lesson is, it's for you to learn, and you alone. If, on the other hand, you've bought a brand new machine, you've never opened it, and you're having a problem with it, send it back. If it's Amazon, you have 30 days. Just return it for free. You can choose to say, you know what, I don't even want to buy that brand anymore, even though it has nothing to do with the shipping and the way it was handled. That's human nature, the weird psyche that seems to have infected so many people. So then they buy a different brand that was, handled better, and then they assume that brand is better. That's their conclusion. And it's all anecdotal, and it just makes them feel good. I don't care, right? Whatever makes you happy. I would return this and ask for an exchange. There's no way a company makes bad products and stays in business. It's just not. Try it sometime. Try and make bad products and let me know how long it is before you can't pay the bills to pay the rent, pay the whatever this costs you to build. When it's costing you money to get people to buy your stuff and it costs you more than what you're making, you're not going to be in business very long. This isn't a big math science question. This is pretty well common sense. So if you think that a manufacturer sells nothing but crap, how is that manufacturer still in business? I would like your explanation to explain to me how that works. Because if that's a business model I'm not aware of, and I no longer have to take responsibility, and I no longer have to spend my own money to back up my products, yet I can still maintain my business. If you're so much more knowledgeable than me, educate me on how that works. Because, well, I might morally or ethically have a problem running my business that way. Financially, it sounds wonderful. So please do educate me on how this works in your head, because it doesn't seem like it's in any way possible. It would be cheaper for the company to just give you $100, just hand out $100. They would lose less money that way than going through the back and forth and rigmarole of a bad product. So if you're just handing out $100 bills to people, where's that money coming from? And how is when you run out of $100 bills, how do you replenish that so you can give out some more? How do you educate me how this works? I'd really love to know. All right, let's see, how are we doing over here on our install? Looks like we're rebooting for our first boot up. Let me minimize camera 1. We'll kind of do both at the same time here. Right over there. That looks good. So far, everything looks normal. Hey, there's Doug Betts joining us. Arriving tomorrow at 10 a.m. What's he talking about? Oh, I missed a lot of this conversation. Hold on, I gotta scroll up here. Live Windows training with Doug Betts says, for those who came from my show, oh, I guess Doug just ended his live show, and Mike's Unboxing also has a live show going on right now, I think. For those who came from my show, Baby Beast is fixed. I had a new Cooler Master 800 watt power supply upstairs in my equipment room, and that Oh, I guess it must not have been turning on. Power supply died. Oh, he's got a new soul. He needs an SFX power supply for Baby Beast. And what did we have in there? Was it a Pevia? Is that what we put in there? And he ordered a new Apevia. I don't know what the warranty is on that. He's had Baby Beast for what, 2-3 years? It may still be under warranty. It may be worth returning that as a spare for the future, just to have an extra one on hand. Might be worth looking into. Hey, there's Frankie B joining us and saying hello. And our Windows install looks like it has completed as it's supposed to, at least up to this stage. So let's move it to the next stage. So we'll do US and US and skip. I don't want it checking for updates. I left it plugged into the internet. So I have unplugged my Ethernet cable because this could sit a while. I strongly recommend, and I cannot emphasize this enough, you take your computer offline when installing Windows 10 or 11. This is just bad. And I cannot even express to you how bad this is. Because if the reason this computer is having an issue is a result of an update, and we do this clean install without unplugging it from the network, and it goes to check for updates and puts the bad update back on, it leads you to falsely conclude that there's something wrong with the computer when there isn't. So you must build upon layers. And if the layer below is not sturdy and solid, do not start the next layer. Otherwise, you end up with an unsteady, sort of a Jenga game that the whole thing's just going to collapse on you because you didn't take your time to set your foundation correctly. And the next layer, you need to take your time and set it correctly before you begin your next layer. When you start multiplying all the layers on top of each other because you can't be bothered, then you will deal with the consequences. I won't. It won't be my problem. That's your problem. So you can have that problem. You can do it any way you want. I'm not doing it that way because I have other things to do today. Okay, so we want to identify where the problem is, and that won't be helping us. There's also no advantage to getting those updates now. The amount of time it takes to go and get and install updates is the same if we do it now, and it'll take the same amount of time if we do it later. So one thing at a time. I cannot stress that enough. If you try and do multiple things at the same time to save your time, then if that doesn't solve your problem, which of those things caused it? Good luck figuring that out. That's where you just start all over again. And how is that saving you time? On the other hand, if everything works, then I guess you did save time. And if that's what you want to do and that's your approach is to just roll the dice and hope for the best, that's not a sustainable business attitude. But it is absolutely somebody a home user could totally do and endure the consequences by themselves. You have choices. I'm showing you the way I do it because this is the way that makes sense for me to stay in business. And if you think staying in business and making sense doesn't matter, I think maybe you're in the wrong channel. Oh, let's see. FM Lazar said, I have a power supply I've thought about fixing, but I have an allergy to high voltage. Yeah, you and me both. That's a pretty common allergy, for sure. Now, see, the system booted up just fine. Isn't that interesting? Now that we've gone to a complete Windows install that has successfully installed without any errors, there's nothing unusual about this install. It indicates no problem is wrong with the machine. What you have to wrap around your mind is whenever there is a problem that you've never seen before, you may never know what caused it, and you may never see the problem again. Thereby, knowing what caused it doesn't benefit you at all, since the circumstances that involved that result, the effect that we were seeing, that consequence, have to follow in a certain order at a certain time at a certain rate that you couldn't repeat if you tried. So banging your head against the wall, trying to understand why it happened, is a complete and waste of time that will not benefit you in the future, because it'll never happen again. You'll have something else that doesn't make any sense for other reasons that you've never seen before and you will never see again. The problems we want to study and learn are the problems we see time and again. A one-time problem does not earn the value of my time, that does not benefit me as a system, as a technician, in any future work. It doesn't embolden me. It doesn't make me any better at my job. It was a one-time problem I've never seen before in my life. I will never ever see it again. In any other discussion or involvement in it is a complete waste of time in trying to figure out why it happened and how we can avoid it, when we've been avoiding it our whole career. Whatever we've been doing has been fine, except this once. This once does not undo the other 29,000 times we've done it. And if you're going to spend your time because you just got to know, you will not be able to stay in business. And you likely will never ever know. You will likely just choose to believe something that fits your mind, and it doesn't actually make any scientific sense, nor can it be reproducible. You just have decided to believe whatever you chose to believe. And you're welcome to do that. You know, this is a free world. If you want to believe that the ghost of your grandma came by and was punishing you by flipping the bits on your drives through solar flare activity, and you honestly believe that was the problem, and so what you did is you got out a Ouija board and you work things out with grandma, and now the problem's gone away. I mean, everybody else will say you're off your rocker, just like grandma. But if that's what keeps you happy, you know, don't let me get in the way of your happiness. But when you're running a business, and I'm going to keep saying it over and over again, you've got to keep moving. You can't stop and wait too long with one client, and you can't. The opportunity to just explore something for the heck of it means you're not getting other work done, and other customers continue to wait, or you self-indulge in something that doesn't even matter to your own experience, nor does it matter to the customer. Customer just wants it working. Customer says, hey, what went wrong? It's okay to say, I don't know. I didn't bother doing any forensic reverse engineering on it. I just reset it. Seems fine. That's it. That's all the customer gets. They don't get any more of an explanation than that. If they don't like that, you know, talk to the engineers who made it. Don't talk to me. I didn't build it. And that's not my job. If you ask a doctor, how did somebody die? In many cases, if the doctor wasn't there when it happened, they're going to say, that's not up to me. That's done in an autopsy. Like, I can give you an idea what I think, but that's not my job, right? Somebody just rolls into the emergency room and they're dead. We don't know who they are. We don't know what happened. We do know they're dead. You say, well, what caused their death? Well, that's why it goes for an autopsy. That's why there are people that do forensics. Doctors at a hospital don't do forensics beyond, oh, there's a bullet hole. Maybe there's a bullet in there, right? Just the common stuff. And if you've seen how long an autopsy can take, you have to understand that depending on the, you know, blood work and anything visible, the little clues that they can pick up, this is an extraordinarily time-consuming thing that you have to endure. That's that person's line of work. Nobody else does that. Okay? I don't do that. So I leave it to those people to do that, and those people get paid a lot better than I do. Now that we have Windows installed, we can go and grab our updates. just to see if any updates may be causing a problem, although that would not explain why it worked for me. And immediately upon receiving it in Ohio, it immediately never worked. That is just bizarre. And again, it doesn't matter why. What matters is if it only happens once. Now, if it happens a second time, different story. All right, let's start our Windows updates right now that I've got it plugged back into the network. And that's going to take a while. Go here and advanced options. I will turn on this and this and this. And likely in our device manager, we probably have some items that are missing, drivers. Yeah, there's quite a few here. I'm not worried about that yet. We will get to that. Ultimately, some people may have decided to open this computer up upon arrival. And as you can see, there would have been no benefit to that, at least so far. That would have been a complete waste of time, and you would have exposed the internals and potentially could have inadvertently caused damage to them. So on a new machine, just send it back. Let's do, let's see, search permissions. Let's turn that little cartoony thing off down here. And then let's also make sure the monitor doesn't go to sleep on us while we're updating. So we'll edit our power plan. Yeah, that was set for 5 minutes. Let's change that to 3 hours. And then we'll save changes there, close that up, and go back to our Windows updates. Keep an eye on how those are progressing. When it comes to downloading the drivers for this, we can go to the Kamrui website. I'm sure we can either download the E3B. In fact, we can look right now at the same time. If you're buying a no-name brand mini PC or laptop, they may not have a website for which you can find the drivers. And that's important to you. Don't buy from a company that doesn't have a website. Look at that before you buy. So if I was going to buy this machine and I know it's a Kamrui E3, sorry, video drivers being installed. Apparently the screen blanked out. There it goes. Okay, Kamrui E3B. So I would look at this if it mattered to me. Now it doesn't matter to me. I can find all drivers. It's no big deal. I don't use third-party driver software. Never, ever. Not anymore. So before I would buy this, if I didn't know who Kamrui was or the E3B, I would look to see if they have a website. And they do. It's one of the first things that pops up. And then I'll look to see if they have a support section on their website. And it can be hidden on some websites. Let's see, there's support email. What does this say? Download. I don't know what that says. Explore. Sometimes you got to go all the way to the bottom. Keep scrolling. And I'm not seeing it there, so my next search will be Kamrui E3B drivers, just to see if that brings up any official link here. E3B driver release at Mini PC Union. So Mini PC Union is what Kamrui and Ace Magic and a couple other manufacturers use as their support. So you can see here this guy Barry, he works for Ace Magic Kamrui, and he provides all the downloads through Google Drive. So this says this is a complete driver download link that was posted back in December, and you hit the download button. I don't even have to sign in. I can ignore that. It's a big file. We're going to download it anyway. And then that will start to download up in the corner that is kind of being hidden from you with my camera. That should have every driver we need for this mini PC coming directly from the manufacturer, not a third-party driver installer. And we shouldn't have to go any further for drivers than that. It's just that easy. It's as easy as you want it to be. Now, if I were looking at a different manufacturer's product on Amazon, I'm like, I never heard of this manufacturer. I want to make sure. Let's say you don't have to. Let's say you're one of those people that understands what a driver is and that you might need that driver, then I would do the Google search for that. And if I can't find it, and that's important to me, I'm not downloading, or sorry, I'm not buying that manufacturer's product because they're basically a garage sale. It's yours, it's your problem. Now, even though Amazon does have a 30-day return window, what that's telling me is if any future support I need for warranty, for drivers, if I can't find the company's website and they're not providing me drivers for the current products they're selling online, they're not going to get my business. Now, for me as a tech, if the price is right, I'm willing to ignore the support and the drivers. I can do that myself. But if you're not familiar with that process, and this gives you peace of mind, then it's up to you to do your research before you spend your money. That's not my job. So plan accordingly is all I'm saying. You set yourself up for success or failure. I don't. I can just tell you what to expect. Now, if we go to our download here, we can extract the zip file while we're waiting for Windows updates to install. It gives us something to do. And yes, you can start to install your drivers, but if you're installing your drivers while you're doing your Windows update, we're going to take us right back to square one again that I keep warning you about, layering. If you start combining layers together and the whole thing collapses, which layer caused it? Was it the drivers or was it the Windows updates? For that reason, and especially when you're trying to reassemble something that you don't want to go back and reassemble anytime soon. And in this case, the reassembly is software reassembly. That's a reinstallation and a complete reset of the hard drive, the partitions, the operating system, the file system, the drivers, the updates. You layer that one at a time, no differently than if you were building with Legos. You don't want to leave a piece out of the middle. You have to take the whole thing back apart again to get back to the middle piece. So you one row at a time, like Tetris. You get that done. And your success level and the amount of time that you end up spending statistically will be less than if you try and outsmart it. Yes, sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you don't. And when you have other things to do, I don't know how you're ever going to get caught up. If that's all you got going on in your life, well, again, that's your decision to make, not mine. If that's, you want to go back and redo something 6 times, go right ahead. I don't want to do that. It would be very difficult for me to maintain a business if I only had time for one customer. Unless that customer pays me really, really, really well, I better make time for everybody else. And I better keep myself busy, because if I don't have any customers, I got no income coming in. If I only got one customer, it's not enough income coming in. So I need to be able to spend as much time as needed to remedy the customer's problem satisfactorily, where I think it's going to be solved for good. Because if I have to go back again, I'm losing money and I'm losing customer confidence. Over time, that will result in less customers versus more customers. If you get it right the first time, you get it done quickly, you don't have to charge as much money, the customer is not inconvenienced as long, the more likely they are to refer you and return back to you for more service for other things that might break. Maybe they have multiple computers. That's how you grow your business. And there's that delicate line between going too quickly and not being thorough, so you have to go back and do it again, and spending too much time because you're too thorough, and now you don't have the other people that were waiting on you have taken their business somewhere else because they're tired of waiting for you. You've got to find that middle. You got to walk that tightrope. And when you can do that successfully, you can sustain a business. Okay, let me go back to, I think this is all extracted out now. We'll close that and close that. We can close all these windows. And yeah, we're installing updates. Everything looks good here. We look at our system specifications on this unit. I know it's a Ryzen 7 Pro, but I don't remember which Ryzen it was. So we'll look back at our system properties. We have the Ryzen 7, what is that, 5875U, 32 gigs of RAM. Of course, Windows 11 Pro, 24H2. You will notice I did not have to enter any product key. And if we look to see if we're activated, even though we wiped the hard drive, our activation and our product key is reassigned back to us automatically. See that? It's active. Did you see me activate it? How did that happen? Did you see me enter a product key? Did you even see it ask for a product key? All these people that complain about Windows 11 have no idea what they're talking about. This idea of holding on to Windows 10 because it's better is so delusional and disconnected from reality. All you're doing is making it easier for hackers to steal your identity, encrypt your data, or find a way to infect your system. So you can stay with Windows 10 as long as you want after support ends. I don't care. In fact, you can go and install Windows 3.1 and get online with that too. If you want to make it easier on the hackers to steal your stuff, I won't advise it, but you are more than welcome to do that. You can sleep with all your windows open and your doors unlocked. You can leave the keys in your car. I don't care. But I think you're a fool if you do it. And anything that happens to you as a result of your stubbornness of refusing to move forward with progress because you want to stay in the past, you'll do that without me. I'm moving on. I want you to join us. I don't want to leave you behind. But if you're like, no, I'm staying behind and I don't care what you say, good. I'm not your daddy. You stay behind all you want. You can stay in 1932 for all I care. I can't do that and run a business and be successful. It's not an option for me. And it's a bad attitude, by the way, that you're refusing to learn anything new. And no matter how much people will insist Windows 11 is terrible, it is far superior, and those people are nuts. They're refusing to move forward with the evolution of technology, and I would argue shouldn't even have it. If somebody thinks that Windows 10 is better than Windows 11, in my opinion, they should not have any version of Windows. They should just be given something like Android or the Apple iOS that locks them in, because in my experience, those people are technologically falling behind and fail to understand the advances that are made. Everything's got a good and a bad side. It's not perfect. There's things about Windows 11 I don't like, but it is so much better than Windows 10. And these people who insist on going online and, no, I'm going to keep Windows 10 as long as I can, go ahead. You can keep your doors unlocked as long as you want. You can leave your windows open. You can keep leaving the keys in the ignition of your car. Go right ahead. I think it's a weird choice to do that to yourself. I'm going to eat nothing but bacon grease for the rest of my life. Okay. This doesn't seem like a smart decision, but it is your decision, and you've been warned. So it's not a guarantee something's going to happen, but you're making it easier for something to happen. And thieves love easy. Thieves are lazy people. And if you make it easy, you might as well just leave your wallet open on the sidewalk. Good luck that a good Samaritan finds it and returns it to you. If that's what you want to do, you can completely do that. I don't mind. Doesn't bother me one bit. But I would also say that if you're of that mindset, you probably shouldn't be using Windows. Probably be safer for the community and yourself to simply walk away from it, find something else that's better suited to your requirement. It's the most popular. Windows 10 right now is the most popular operating system, but it's losing market share really quickly. And before you know it, the vast majority of the population of the planet will be using Windows 11 more than any other operating system in the world. But I guess they're all idiots except you, right? That's how that works? Okay, that's all I need to know. I'm speaking to certain people. They know who they are. I just shake my head at it. It's like, why should I learn math? I've never needed to know math. Don't learn it. I don't care. Seems like an odd decision, but you have every right to make that decision. Andy says, I've been watching for a month or so. I need to become a supporter. Good stuff here. Well, I appreciate you, Andy. And again, we are viewer supported. So without our viewers, our content is going to be, not as varied. Because if we're buying equipment so we can independently review it, instead of being, relying on manufacturers to send us stuff, look, if you're a manufacturer and you send somebody something for a review, and that review is negative, why would you ever send that person anything again? Wouldn't make any sense. So when we independently buy what we're reviewing, we don't have to worry about being punished for our honesty, right? Okay, so we're back up here after our updates. Let me go back full screen. Now, when it comes to installing the drivers, this is a really easy thing to do. If I just simply right-click on the Start menu, go to the Device Manager, and then right up here, we're going to click this icon. Oh, look, some of the devices were installed through Windows updates, so we don't have as many to do. And there's still more Windows updates to check. But first, let's just search for new drivers. Oh, that's not it. Click on something here first, I guess, Carey. We're going to browse to the extracted zip file, which is in our Downloads folder. And these are the drivers right in here. Click OK, click Next. The idea that I would be picking out the drivers by hand is so 20 years ago. Just let the system do the work. That's part of the advantage of moving forward with the operating systems. For as much as you're concerned about your privacy or what other imaginative thing of self-importance you exude, the reality is the benefits outweigh, in my opinion and in my experience, the consequences or the downside, the potential downside. This whole idea about Windows recall, that's an opt-in. Just don't turn it on. You know, oh, there's a TV show I don't like. Well, don't watch it. I don't understand. I don't understand why people seem to think they're being forced into something without their voluntary participation. Choose not to participate. It's real easy. I don't like football. I don't like this rule. Oh, I got an idea. Why don't you change the rules of football? Good luck with that. And all the drivers are now installed, and it wants to restart for those drivers to take effect. Once we restart, then we'll check the device manager, and we should be happy in there. It's really pretty simple stuff. I don't know why people overthink it and overcomplicate it. Well, I do know why. It's because they're still stuck in the past. They're still stuck in, you know, I learned how to do this in 1997, and this is how we did it. Yeah, that is how we did it in 1997. You're not wrong. Last I checked, we're in 2025. And if you still want to do things because you think the way you did it in 1997 was superior, we're going to agree to disagree and go separate ways, because I got other things to do. If I right-click on the Start menu now and go to my Device Manager, still loading, Device Manager. What do you know? You can choose to work hard, you know, do it the hard way, or you can choose. Hey, look, here's the example I like to give. Say there's a river, and the current of the river is moving west. You don't have a motorized boat. You've got a canoe that you have to paddle. Do you want to paddle against the current, or do you want to paddle with the current? It's your choice. You can choose to figure out how to make the current work for you, or you may choose to go against the current. The current is way more powerful than you are. Let me just tell you. That is a battle you can win for a short time, but given enough time, the current is going to win every single time. So instead of having this blocked mindset, this constipated mindset of trying to figure out how to go against the current and be able to withstand the human ability and endurance levels that the current doesn't have, instead, use your mind to creatively come up with a solution to use the current to carry you. The opposite of you working in your endurance. Let the current do the work. Work smarter. When you can figure that out, life gets a lot easier. And sometimes it requires looking at a problem from different perspectives. And when you change the way you look at things, quite often the things you look at change. But if you refuse to change your perspective, you're not wrong. It's just I can't agree with you. Okay. That's the best way I can explain it. All right. Let me look at the chat and see what you guys have to say. FM Lazar said, you don't see Windows 10 long-term support as a viable option, even though it has support through 2032. I think you're referring to LTSC, which is basically like saying, if I could take all the features off my car, if we get rid of the air conditioning, we get rid of the cruise control, and we roll the windows down by hand, and the ride isn't as comfortable, and the gas mileage isn't as good, and it can't really secure the car that well, it's good enough. That's for you to decide. But if you're asking me, Windows LTSC, I would never put Windows LTSC on a customer's computer. As a business owner, that's a great way for me to just subject myself into a nightmare of customer problems where they might be trying to install software, where they might be trying to accomplish something for business needs, where that thing they're using has no support in LTSC. What home users don't understand, and even some small business owners who just have never worked in corporate IT, is there has to be a point of responsibility each step of the way. So whether it's the networking responsibility, the hardware responsibility, the software responsibility, the minute you skirt around the responsibility, then all responsibility falls on you. And if you're unable to resolve that because you set up bad advice and set your customers up where they're losing money now because they're not able to work because you thought you could outthink the system, you're likely going to be held financially liable for those losses. So at least here in America, that's how it works. Windows LTSC is not for home users, and it is a severely stripped down version of Windows 10 of bare minimums that is intended for a IT department to supply the add-ons, the updates and such. It's not for home users. If you think that you're the equivalent of an IT department, knock yourself out. If you think you're smarter than everybody else and you've figured this LTSC out, I got news for you. LTSC is old news. It's, in my opinion, a very backwards way of thinking. But that's just my opinion, again, based on the responsibilities that I have to my clients. I would not do that to a client. If you do that to yourself, that's your business. But if somebody pays you and you do that to them, I don't want to be you. It's going to come back at you. So the vast majority of Windows installs are not LTSC. And LTSC was designed for corporate environments that have their own IT department. And in that scenario, what it was designed to do, it's the appropriate thing. However, you could also drive a school bus when it's just you and you don't ever drive anybody around. It doesn't make any sense. But if you think the diesel engine in the school bus is more reliable and you want to haul this giant vehicle around for just you and spend all the money in gas, you're allowed. I wouldn't recommend it. But just because you think you're being smarter than everybody else doesn't mean you are. And if your consequences are yours alone, have at it. But if your consequences result in somebody else losing money or business, you're going to have a hard time justifying your decision in a court of law that you're held accountable for those losses. So you decide for yourself. If you believe LTSC is the way you want to support your customers, I'm not stopping you. I think it's profoundly unwise and you're just not seeing the big picture. But you'll figure it out. You go down that path, we'll check in a few years and see how things have worked out.
Yeah.
I've got email. Okay. I don't gamble with my business. We do it right. There's a system in place. These rules are put there to protect you. When those railroad crossing barriers come down, you can drive around them. You might even get away with it. I'm not going to do it. I cannot stop you from driving around the barriers. If you want to go out on a boat and not wear a life vest because you know how to swim, maybe you don't even end up in the water. Maybe you do. I'll put the life vest on just in case. That's the difference between us. I want reassurance that in an unexpected activity that we don't see coming, we're ready for it. By you going to LTSC, unless you have an IT department that can respond, man, better you than me. That's all I can say. I would not want to trade places with you. All right. Let's take a look at our emails here since we're... Did that install, by the way? Was I been yabbering on? Just to check for updates again. I think we got all the updates now. Let's go back over for camera 1. Oh, we got a contribution from Robert Barnes, a $100 PayPal contribution. Right on. Thank you to Robert Barnes for supporting us here. So very generous. Right on. Let's see, what do we have in the chat? Oh, Barry Klein's joined us and says hello. The Rock Goose says hello. Fred Vandermeulen said, at the beginning, hold on, let me go full screen on camera 1. Where's my camera 1? Darn it. Right here. At the beginning, you said when Windows came out, it wasn't that good, and that there wasn't much difference between Windows 10 and 11. That's right.
There was a nice message.
Oh, did I miss the message?
You did.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta scroll down.
Thank you.
No problem.
I did not see that. Oh, okay. It's displayed on my phone all off to the right for some reason. Robert Barnes said, this is a small token of appreciation for the wisdom and knowledge you skillfully teach this amazing community and channel. Love the live shows with other like-minded YouTubers. Also enjoy the Amazon products and deals you share on the screen. Oh, right on. Well, again, it's a very generous contribution, Robert, and I can't thank you enough for it. It's folks like that that enable us to continue doing this. And, you know, as a community here, it doesn't fall on one person. And with everybody being kind and supportive, this all just works. I can't really explain it, but it just works. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Let's go back here. Fred Vandermeulen said, in the beginning when Windows 11 first came out, I think you said it wasn't that good and Windows 10 wasn't much difference. That's right. When you first came out, weren't you pooping in diapers? You still do that today, right? When you first came out, you didn't speak any English, you didn't understand the language, you couldn't see properly. When you first came out, have you changed? Or are you the same? You still need diapers changed? Do you still have somebody looking after you? In the sense that you're like your parents did? Or have you learned to grow and evolve and no longer require that additional help? Any brand new operating system, and you can go back in the very beginning of this channel in 2008, I will repeat the same thing I have always said, and I will keep saying it until people hear it. What's fascinating to me is some people only hear what they choose to hear. So if I have a 3-hour broadcast, and in that there's 2 minutes they don't like, they don't mention the 2 hours and 58 minutes that they can't nitpick. They only want to focus on the, let's call it a blemish. But this isn't a blemish. This is a full misunderstanding and miscomprehension of not listening to me. When a brand new product comes out, the first year of that product, you should avoid it if you don't want to deal with high prices, low inventories, and being a pioneer, working out all the problems. When the new AMD Ryzen processors came out, they were filled with all kinds of problems. They weren't running at clock speed properly. They weren't compatible with a lot of memory. Oh my gosh, terrible, terrible experience. With the Intel, most recently, the 13th and 14th gen processors, when those were brand new, if you adopt a brand new product, this wasn't just an upgraded, Actually, I guess it was kind of an upgraded product. 13th and 14th gen are more or less the same processor. It's not even a different gen. The problem is, when this product was introduced, like any other product, in the first year, they have to polish and work out little issues. Same with the 15th gen, especially because that was all new technology. If you go buy a car and it's a brand new model year, just came out, you could expect some recalls. You can expect there to be a waiting list to buy the car, and you're going to pay top dollar for the car. If you want to go to the movies and the day Mission Impossible opens, it's already open, but regardless, you get your tickets in advance, you pay the most for them. You want to be the first to see the movie, and then you find out, let's just say, I haven't seen the movie, but let's just say the movie sucks. Terrible experience. You could have waited until reviews came in. You could have waited until you can stream it on Netflix. You could have waited and saved so much money. Windows, I don't know if you've noticed, but when Windows 11 came out, it's had a few updates since then. Does anybody want to tell me how many updates have come out for Windows 11? What do you think those updates are doing? They can't possibly be making the product better in polishing it. No, they're just there to annoy you. That's why they're there. So yes, I would hope that the product grows and the product becomes feasible. So for example, let's take this another way. I said there's no reason to use Rufus to create a Windows 11 bootable media when Microsoft can already do that for you. But then Microsoft made a change with 24H2 that requires the online account, the Shift F10, and all that other nonsense. But with Rufus, you can do the same process. You could still go get your ISO file from Microsoft, but instead of using Microsoft's software to put that onto a bootable drive, you can use the free Rufus software and tell Rufus, don't require an online account. So now I'm recommending using Rufus because there is a reason to that did not exist. Do you think the world isn't changing? Do you think it's good that you have an attitude that you are refusing to change out of stubbornness when the world around you is changing all the time and you won't acknowledge it? Is your pride so big that you refuse to grow and evolve as a human being and to give anything a second chance because you have no tolerance and no forgiveness? And you refuse to learn anything new. As I am learning new things, my attitude and advice change based on if the change that's happening in the evolution of, in this example, Windows 11, is a positive change or a negative change. Overall, it is always more positive than negative. The benefits are far, far greater than the downsides. That's why it's as successful. How can you look at something used by the vast majority of the world and think everybody around the world's an idiot but you? I don't understand the logic that's going on here. If that's the case, you shouldn't be using Windows at all. That's the way I see it. So the first year of Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows Vista, Windows 98, Windows ME, it's always been the same. Unless you're a pioneer, give it a year. I've never said anything any differently. What you heard isn't what I said. It's frustrating as someone trying to educate people that won't listen. And if you're not growing as a human being and you're proud of that, you and I aren't going to get along. Because that's the opposite of pride. Like, that is, if you want to be proud of something, then you should be proud of growth. You should be proud of keeping an open mind that products change. Some products get worse. Some products get better. But the minute you shut it down and say, I'm not interested in these products anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you're no longer a viable source of useful information because you're not keeping up. You've decided, I'm stopping here. Well, you can, but the rest of us keep moving. Just keep that in mind. Where were we at on this? This had finished updates, right? Let me go back over here real quick because I've lost my place. You can go full screen. That looks good. So normally at this point, I install my utilities flash drive. And we'll bring over, I like to put on VLC. And I want to bring on Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer. And I want to bring on my Crystal Disk Mark just to see. This drive probably performs around 5,000 megabytes per second. Not sure. And I'm going to start with this, get that running. And this only takes a second. Get that tuned up. Those access denieds are normal. Those are just files where it's trying to turn off indexing and the file is in use, but it'll just apply that on the restart anyway. So once we restart here, once that tool is run, I never have to run it again, by the way, unless I reinstall Windows again. Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate, in my opinion, that so many people use Windows and then complain about Windows. Like, to me, you're just making bad decisions as a person to endure something you hate so much. To refuse to move forward with the rest of us and to be able to want to justify that. I have no interest in your logic because it's not logical, it's emotional, and Windows is not suited for you. The idea that you insist on using it when you would be better suited to using something else that would match your personality better. It's Windows operating system is designed for the general population. It is not designed for specialists. It is not designed for technical people. It's really there to dumb it all down for the general population. And if you need something that you feel you're offended by it being dumbed down, the worst thing you can use, the worst choice you can make is Windows. So understand what it is and who it's for, because it doesn't just fit everybody. It fits the vast majority of people. But for the ultra technical and the ultra controlling, you're going to want something else like Linux that would be more better suited to your personality, instead of complaining about something that wasn't designed for you and never was intended for somebody with that personality. It's a preposterous argument. It's like complaining about a two-seater car that doesn't fit your 5-seat family. That's not the car's fault. You made a bad car purchasing decision. That's my opinion on it. That's on you. Make better decisions. How are we doing over here? We're already rebooted. Let me do VLC. Dave Hall wants to know if I plan on having a Windows 11 optimizer. I do. Probably around the end of the year, I would guess. Yeah. All right, there's my VLC. I'll tell you something else I like to do. There's some applications that are installed by default, at least here in the USA, with Windows 11 that I like to remove, and I've never had a client complain about it, but I'll get rid of this. I just right-click and uninstall, and it takes about 2 seconds for each one. So it's not bloatware, it's just annoyance. I don't want Xbox on there, we'll take that out. It all uninstalls very quickly, a LinkedIn shortcut, sometimes a Spotify shortcut. And then for anything remaining, I just go into the apps. And under installed apps, we look for, like this media player, I replace that with VLC. I don't. Bing search probably cannot be uninstalled. Yeah, it's shaded out. So keep moving through. Microsoft News. Again, these are 8K. They're basically cookies. Okay, think of it It's bigger than a cookie, but not by much. They're very tiny little things. Microsoft Teams, you know, if somebody needs that, they can install it. Most of my clients never use it. The remote desktop connection is a dangerous thing to leave installed. I strongly recommend, if you're not using this, take it out. It's only part of the Pro version of Windows, and it's primarily in use by IT departments and technical people. If you're not one of those, then I would suggest you remove it. You'll never even know it's gone, and your system will be a little more secure. And you can Google that if you want more information regarding the security risks involved in keeping it. Some people are very dismissive of their security risks, but those people are technical people. People who don't know any better are better off without it. In my experience as a responsible computer technician who holds liability and accountability to the work I do, if they need remote access, they will contact me and I will set them up with something, and it won't be that. There's a lot of other alternative ways to get remote access to a computer that are far safer and far more user-friendly. But yeah, for technical people, they might just love that. But I don't know why anybody technical would be watching my channel. I'm not going to teach them anything they don't think they already know. Let's see what else we have. Dave Hall said, the only reason I've not changed to Windows 11 is because Windows 10 has been so stable. Compared to what? I don't understand. The only reason I've not tried anything new is because I don't know anything better. Okay, that makes sense. Therefore, if I never experience anything better, then nothing can be better than what I've experienced. That's logical. You're absolutely right. If I forever stay in the dark, I will never see what frightens me. You are correct. There's no flaw in that logic whatsoever. Oh gosh, I don't know how people logically think this through and with a straight face say things like that. We talk about what I say and what you hear. Sometimes what you say and what I hear are two very different things. So there you go. I guess that works both ways, eh? All right, let's go back over here. One more time, I'm going to just check for updates. I think that's pretty much all I do with these bad boys. This can go back to the customer. I don't see anything at all wrong with it, and I have no explanation as to what happened. It is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen, and I will likely never experience anything like that ever again. If I do, well, I'll share it with you, and then we have a problem to figure out, right? If there's something that is worth investigating further in order to be able to fix it rather than rebuild it. I'm going to get rid of this file because I don't need it anymore. That was our installer. I don't need this because we're done with it. I did not run Crystal Disk Mark, so we can do that now. I don't expect it to read anything unusual, but we can certainly run that. And we can also run Crystal Disk Info to look at the drive health, just to see if it reports anything different than what we're expecting that might indicate a failing drive. Again, I see that once every, I don't know, once every 200 drive installs. It's very rare. So we're actually getting only slightly better than Gen 3 speeds on this drive. That barely is a Gen 4 drive at all. And, you know, that could be indicative of something wrong with the drive, or that just may be the way Kingston made them. It's really hard to say. If I wanted to be extra careful, NVMe drives are cheap. I could pull the NVMe drive out, put a faster performing NVMe drive in there, and just reinstall Windows again or clone it. Just because I'm shipping it, to increase the odds that not only have we fixed it, not only are, if it's a problem with the drive, that problem won't happen again if we take the drive out. And also boost the performance, right? It'll be a little bit faster. On the other hand, that we could also send it just as it is. The drive performance won't even be noticed by most end users as being faster or slower. It's already so fast. And the problem could be resolved and never happen again. These are the decisions I have to make. The last thing I want to happen is I ship it and it still doesn't work and it has to be shipped back again. How many times do I have to buy this? So whether or not I change the drive, it's a guess. Because if it's the controller or if it's something else, then all of that was just more wasted time and money without any guarantee it's not going to come back again with the same problem regardless. So I'm sort of leaning on leaving it as it is. I don't want to open it up. I don't want to potentially void the warranty, and I don't want to potentially cause any harm inside the system. I've seen people, they want to do something simple. They just open it up and immediately rip the antennas off the Wi-Fi. I've seen people, smart people, make stupid mistakes. So if it's not worth the risk, if there is a guarantee if I did that, then it's definitely not coming back, I'd do it. But without that guarantee and that we don't know what caused it, how do we know we're preventing it? So any additional work that potentially jeopardizes the machine could turn a bad situation worse. It isn't worth the risk versus the reward until we have more data. So there is a cost to education, and that cost could be you buying more parts. That cost could be me paying for more shipping. That cost may be more time involved as it keeps coming back. Or it all ends right here and I never see it again. These are the decisions I have to make for every computer that comes in, that I am confident that it meets my requirement, my level of acceptable performance and operation. It is a judgment call I make. It will be a judgment call you make. I will not make the judgment call for you, and you will not make the judgment call for me. You understand? This is my responsibility. Yours is your responsibility. We don't have to agree. It's not even on the table. Okay? I'm just sharing with you what I go through and the process going up here for when I'm dealing with customers. If you see that as valuable, it's yours to keep. If you see that as worthless, it's yours to dismiss. Okay. Speaking of Windows, Martin Hogg says, does the device manager show that all the drivers are up to date? Maybe Marvin is joining. Maybe Martin is joining us a little late. We've already looked at that. But we'll look at it one more time just to be extra thorough. I want this drive test to finish first. And I don't want to interfere with the performance numbers. But it looks like it's just about done here. But we'll look one more time. And you can rewind, Martin. You can rewind this video just like any other video to see what you've missed. There, now the test is completed. I want to save these results because I won't remember if I ran the test. I got so much going on, you know. Let's do crystal disk mark. We'll save that as my preference as a JPEG. Your preference may be BMP, I don't know. That's why they're called preferences. And that's why there's options. I'm going to select desktop and save that screenshot right over here. Very good. We could close this out, right click on the start menu, and we'll go to device manager. Also, it would probably be in my best interest to download and install the AMD Adrenalin software. It is not required, but system performance and security will probably be improved if we choose to do that. If you choose to drive your car, normally you'll probably get better gas mileage and reliability out of the car, but you can drive it like a bat out of hell if you want to and get terrible gas mileage, wear out your tires, and have more maintenance. It's a choice you will make as a car owner. So AMD Adrenalin, I will put on there just because I'd rather have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. That's the logic I use. So I'm going to download the software right here. And it's the driver, the AMD Adrenalin drivers, which download up here in the top right corner, and we'll get those installed. It's completely free. It is not part of the driver package that you get from any manufacturer that I'm aware of. So as that installs, it will want to reboot at the end of it. And even though there was nothing wrong in the device manager, that doesn't mean everything was running optimally. So we're going to go ahead and just do the express install here. And this will just take a minute to install. Bebo with a $5 super chat. Right on. Thank you, Bebo. Mats Olof joins us and says hello from Sweden. Dave Hall said he doesn't want to mess with Windows 11 bloatware. Windows 11 doesn't have any bloatware. That you're just making up reasons now. I think you are being manipulated with toxic and inaccurate information that is defined incorrectly, and you're trusting sources that are not legitimate, or they're well-intentioned but are probably more enthusiasts than they are actual working computer technicians who get paid by clients to fix computers. Universally, I think you'll find there is a big difference between a working technician that gets paid by others to do work and is held responsible than there is from enthusiasts who just like playing with computers and making videos about it. You choose who you want to believe. You live in whatever world you choose to live in, but you and I live in two different worlds. If you think Windows 11 has bloatware on it, you're on a different planet than me. I don't know what to tell you, man. It sounds like you're somebody who's never used it, and you're taking other people's information as though it were true. And you're welcome to make that choice if that's the way you choose to live your life, is vicariously through others, to avoid your own experiences and your own opinions. But when you can show me some bloatware in Windows 11, I'd like to see it. I just showed you there was no bloatware on this install. I'm speechless. Bloatware is some big program that's consuming resources. Everything I removed were little cookie-like links, shortcuts. None of that was bloatware. Not a single bit of what I took off of this system is bloatware. And nothing I left on is bloatware, because the system doesn't come with any bloatware. Talk about living in the past. Holy cow, man. All right. This is what I battle against the internet. People want to hear what they want to hear. And the minute you correct them, they get offended. How dare you educate me? Didn't you know I was in my comfortable place? Sometimes you got to get yourself uncomfortable in order to become comfortable. All right, that looks good. We're all up to date there. So when it comes to Windows 11, because of that account requirement, the online account requirement and the Shift F10 and all the crying and whining that these people who, again, refuse to educate themselves, instead of going with the flow and figuring out how to make this work for them, they're paddling against the current and they're whining about the river. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Get out of the boat. You shouldn't be in it. Here's the deal. If we want to download Windows 11 and we never want to deal with the online account requirement, all we're going to do is we're going to download Windows 11 the same way we normally would, okay? I type in download Windows 11, or I guess download 11, and then I'm going to go to the Microsoft website. We want to go to the manufacturer. We do not want to get Windows 11 from a third party. All right, so this PC has Windows 11. I guess I do need to put the word download in there after all. So download Windows 11 will probably give me more accurate search results right here. And there's an installation assistant. That's not what I want. If I want to create installation media where I don't have to worry about Shift F10 ever again, no matter how many times I install it, I will never have to learn that. Then all you need to do is download the ISO image for Windows 11 directly from Microsoft. Or if you want to, you can choose to create Windows 11 installation media. Either way, you'll be offered an ISO file. So if I open this up and we'll run that, then we'll close all that, right? So the screen is very obvious what we're doing. This is a tool from the manufacturer that is free to download. There's no piracy involved. There's no bloatware involved. None of that nonsense. It's all in people's heads. Stop believing everything you see online, for the love of all that's holy. Get some experience and then tell us about your experience. I don't want to hear about somebody else's experience. I want to hear about yours. And if you don't have any, you shouldn't have an opinion. Tell us how you really feel. All right, so this is just acceptance of the license agreement of the installation tool, right? So of course we're going to hit OK on that, or accept. It says it's getting a few things ready. You can use any working computer to do this on, by the way. I'm demonstrating this step by step in real time, so Nobody has this excuse anymore to complain about Shift F10 or this other nonsense, because it's a non-issue. Even when they update Windows, oh, Shift F10 OOB isn't going to work yet. Who cares? Why are you even doing that? Why? It takes 20 minutes to go to your house. Why? Because I won't make left turns. Why don't you make left turns? They're dangerous and I don't want to do it. Well, then stop complaining about how long it takes because you refuse to take the freeway, or to make a left turn. That's your choice to stay behind. So don't complain to me about your choices. Change your choices or stop complaining. All right, so select region and edition, Windows 11, blah, blah, blah. Use the recommended settings. That's going to be like English and stuff like that. That's fine. Then right here, I'll say, make me an ISO file. That's it. Or I can just download the ISO file from the other link. But if this is more familiar to you and this makes you more comfortable, that's good. It's all good. It's the same thing. Windows.iso, that's what we're downloading. And we're going to put that right on our C drive. While that's downloading, we're going to go to another website and we're going to look for Rufus. Rufus is free. It's super teeny tiny little application. It just gets the job done. Look how this comes up with a download link. Isn't that nice? And we're going to look for the latest version, 4.7. The P is for portable. They're basically the same. Look how tiny this is. This could fit on a floppy disk practically. So we'll click on that executable file, close this little advertisement down. You can see it downloads the file, right? And with that done, we're just waiting for our ISO image to complete. We're ready to rock, except I need an 8 gig or larger flash drive to create my installation media. Where was I? Over here. Okay, now I can see the screen again. Close that out. You'll see that's still downloading and creating our ISO file. Now I need to look around. Somewhere around here, I have a blank flash drive I can use for this experience. So hold on, let me find a faster. I have some slow flash drives, but I don't want this to take all day. So let me get one of my more expensive flash drives. And by more expensive, they're not expensive, they're just more expensive than a similarly capacity flash drive. Like the SanDisk Extreme Pro series of flash drives are much faster and they cost more for a smaller capacity. What do we have? I'm looking for a smaller one. Yeah, this one's probably, yeah, it's 64 gigs. I only need 8 gigs, but that's all right. It'll work. I have so many flash drives, I just have to sift through them. And a lot of them, they're larger capacities, but there is a benefit to having the smaller capacity. This one, again, I think this says 64 gigs, but I don't have my glasses on. All right, let's see. Yeah, 64 gigs. So what we're going to do, remember, we're doing everything on this little guy right here. Let's switch back over and see how our download's progressing. It looks like, okay, it says you can burn the ISO file to a DVD, but you could also make a flash drive out of it. So we're just going to hit finish. And then it cleans up some temp files here at the end. Now, if we look in our downloads folder, we're going to have that Windows ISO file under downloads. It's right here. You'll see it's just under 5 gigs. That's why you want an 8 gig flash drive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put, let's go back to camera 1 for a second. I want you to see every step of this. This is so easy. There's no excuse to not do this. And so if you choose not to do it, you want to continue to hit Shift F10, and you want to sit there and keep complaining about it, I'm going to tune you out. This solves the problem forever. Unless Microsoft changes something in Windows 11 next year, sometime in 2026 or beyond, I'll let you know. Until that change ever happens, which it likely never will, because technically it may not be possible, this will forever fix that problem for Windows 11. That's what we know today. I don't know what I know tomorrow, okay? But I'm telling you, if you just do this, it doesn't take any more time, it doesn't cost any more money, and every time you reinstall Windows, you will never, ever need to hit Shift F10 again. Why wouldn't you do that? What possible excuse do you have to just endure something you can't stand, that you struggle with, when it's this easy to never deal with it again? That's a rhetorical question. I don't want to know your answer because it won't make any sense. All right, let's get back over here. Let's get back over to camera. This is our HDMI 3 output. And let's go to my full screen so as I can see it. There's my Rufus program right there. Super teeny tiny. Just barely too big to fit on a floppy disk. It's super small. And I want to run this application. Do you want to allow Rufus to check for updates? I don't care. Yes or no, doesn't matter. All right, now, it automatically sees that 64 gig flash drive as our target of where we want to put our image. It's got common sense, unless you have multiple flash drives installed. It's going to need to erase this flash drive. So I hope you don't have anything on this flash drive you want to keep, because this is going to dedicate this flash drive as a Windows 11 installer and wipe out anything that exists on it. This is a blank flash drive. There's nothing on it, so it can wipe it out all day long. I don't care. What I do care about is having a Windows 11 installer that doesn't require an online account ever again, no matter how many times I need to install it. It doesn't matter if it's a desktop, a laptop, a mini PC. One and done, and get on with life. So where our boot selection is going to be a disk or ISO image, right? That's what we want. We're going to select the source file, which is this Windows ISO. And Rufus, when we click open on that, Rufus says, okay, no problem. There's all your format options and cluster sizes. You can leave all this alone. We just want to make sure we're going to the right flash drive. And you can see as I was talking, it actually updated and changed this information to accommodate what this ISO file is. You don't have to make any changes. You're done. Now, all I want to do is hit start. But when I hit start, Rufus is going to say, wait a minute, this is a Windows 11 ISO. Is Rufus spying on you? That damn Rufus is looking in my ISO files. There's a conspiracy because everybody's after you. Watch what happens. It says, hey, do you want to customize your Windows installation? This won't pop up unless you're trying to make a Windows installation. Rufus is smart enough, even at that little teeny tiny program size. Do you want to remove the requirement for RAM and secure boot? No, I do not. I don't agree with these defaults of Rufus. Do you want to remove the requirement for an online Microsoft account? Yes, I do. Do you want to create a local account with the username of user? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I don't want that permanently decided for me. No. Do you want to set regional options? No. I will answer those questions, as every computer I do is different. Do I want to disable data collection, like skip the privacy question? No. Do I want to disable BitLocker or automatic device encryption? And this is particularly useful on Windows Home installations, where encryption may be unknowingly enabled by default. Yes, I want that disabled. These are the choices I make that are universal to every install I will ever do. Everything I have not checked are not universal in my world. I will adapt those to each unique system I build. Even though the vast majority of them may be the same, I want the ability to change it without having to completely have to recreate my Windows 11 installer. This is no big deal for me to answer these questions in my world, in the way that I design and build and distribute computers to customers. I want these options for me to decide every single time. Only these two options are universally 100% of the time on every install I do. Once I click OK, it's going to say, hey, we're going to erase everything on that flash drive. You know that, right? Yep. Okay. That's it. That's how easy this is. Depending on the speed of your USB port, the speed of your computer, and the speed of your flash drive, this may take a few minutes, or it might take a few minutes longer. When it's done, you will not have to do this again until Windows 25 H2 comes out, at which point there will be, on the day of release of every new version of Windows, a new ISO file. Once a year, you can be rest assured there will be an updated ISO file
so that you will get Windows 11 25H2 and you won't have to sit through the update by installing a brand new computer with an old version of Windows. So you will notice that when Windows 11 25H2 comes out, I make a video, and on that video I download it and I make a new Windows 11 installation media, and then you never see me do that again for a year. That's why I thought I'd take a minute to show you how this is done, because if you weren't watching my videos last year or the year before or the year before or the year before, then you're not aware of this process. Once I have the latest ISO, which is going to come out with every new version of Windows. So there was a version 22H2, there was a 23H2, now we're on 24H2, and in the fall, we'll have 25H2. Then I'm just getting updates since then. Microsoft does not update the ISO again unless there's a bug in it that they have to replace, which usually it can happen. I think it's only happened twice in the history of Windows 10 and 11. Nonetheless, you'll still get the update through Microsoft Updates anyway, but it is not normal for that ISO image to ever be updated again until the next version of Windows comes out. So in a case of Windows 11, 23H2 is one version, 24H2 is another version, 25H2, 26H2 are upcoming versions. That's when the ISO is released. The very day Microsoft publicly releases it as a download, the ISO image is also released. Same day. So now you know. Let me get back over to camera 1. We'll put that right up there. And that's all you need for your Windows 11 installer. And you will never again have to hit Shift F10. You won't need to memorize the OOBE command or freak out because, oh, now it's a different command. Now it's start something else. Why are you doing this? Are you putting yourself through all this unnecessary whining and complaining over something you could completely avoid if you just went with the current of the river? Go with the flow, man. Stop fighting it. You're going to lose the fight. You're going to get tired sooner or later. You're going to get tired. You're going to be exhausted. You're going to be worn out. You're going to feel beaten up. And if you want to do that, don't let me get in your way. But if you understand the flow of the river and the current and you use that to work for you, you're doing the exact opposite. Now you're not working anywhere near as hard. It's no more effort to get started. If anything, it might be even easier. Getting in the boat is still the same. You know, balancing so you don't tip the boat, that's still the same regardless which direction you go. When you learn how to see the world by what the world is telling you, be in tune with it, and you start going with the direction of the wind, with the direction of the current, everything gets easier. I'm just offering you that perspective to consider and experiment with it, and then come back and let me know if I'm right or wrong once you've actually tried it. And then say, how come I didn't know this 40 years ago? So many people try to ham-fist everything, and it's so hard. And yes, you can get it done that way, but man, why? There's so many other alternatives. Attila wants to know, when troubleshooting a component like RAM or CPU, why don't I use an add-in card? Well, where would I put an add-in card in this mini PC? Where would I put an add-in card in a laptop? This is, and I want to reiterate this one more time, because I feel like there's a shift happening in our culture, and it seems like it's happening. I don't know Attila's age, but I'm going to guess that they're a younger generation. And here's what I hear. Carey, instead of learning how to do anything, why don't I just have something that I plug in that tells me what's wrong? Why should I educate myself when I can remain stupid and uneducated and let the machine do all the work for me? Let me ask you a question. If your post card is wrong, how would you know? If your post diagnostic card is not working properly, how would you fix it? Would you have another card you plug into to check the the accuracy of your card. And as the technology evolves and new chipsets come out, how do you know that it's even compatible and that the information it's providing you is accurate? I don't understand why you would look for a technological solution to avoid you being a human being. You have a brain. You have eyes and a nose. You can feel. This cannot feel. This can't smell. It can't taste. Use your brain. This is the ultimate computer you have. Why don't you update it from time to time? That's what these videos are for. They're to educate you to not rely on somebody feeding you a fish. Go out there and learn how to fish, and you'll never rely on somebody else feeding you for the rest of your life. Why in the world would you try to negate using your brain because you can buy a card that does it for you and you believe it's accurate? And you believe that you're somehow smarter than the rest of us because I'm just saying, because you've come up with a better way to work? Man, if that works for you, knock yourself out. If you want to believe motherboard diagnostic LEDs, you want to chase those down, you go right ahead. But when you decide that you're a capable computer far better than any computer we've ever seen, and that you want to tune and optimize your computer so that you can repair, you're the one in charge, and you can use your skills as a human being, as the ultimate computer, to diagnose and repair any problem given the information that you have, you'll soon discover that power supply testers and diagnostic cards are not only a waste of money, they're a scam. They are scamming you. That's the way I see it. All you're doing is hurting yourself, spending money on inaccurate tools that only sometimes work, and when they don't work, make a repair cost more money because of the cost of the tools, take more time for the waste of time you spent believing the tool and chasing what the tool said was wrong, when in fact that wasn't wrong at all. But if that's how you want to go through life, is letting machines do your thinking for you, then you and I belong to two different generations. My generation, if you didn't do something, nobody was going to do it for you. We were left out on our own to survive. We were basically 30 years old when we were 10, and now when we're 50, we're still 30 years old. That's the Generation X. That's just, we were left to figure it out. Nobody's helping you. And if you didn't have the will to survive, you weren't going to make it. And I mean that in every way. The bullies and gangs and all the other stuff, there was nobody that was going to help save you. So if you lived in a bad part of town, you had to learn how to defend yourself or how to run real fast. I wouldn't be here otherwise. Now, life's not that tough, but nonetheless doesn't mean that we don't have to be self-sufficient. So I would not waste my money on that nonsense. I can replace a power supply for $40, and it'll tell me if the old power supply is bad. It's not rocket science, and it takes 2 seconds. On the other hand, you can run your power supply tester and analyze it, and then voluntarily choose to believe what it's telling you is true, and then ignore the fact that you've got a bad power supply because your tester said it wasn't. What sort of world are we living in where you ignore reality and you just look at what the technology says? Hey, it says it's raining outside. I don't see any rain, but this can't be wrong. It's a computer. No. You are the most powerful computer. You are the one that can be updated and upgraded, far more so, and for a better investment than anything these machines can do. And that if you feel like that's the solution to your problem, you're not a tech. That's not what a tech does. That's what a home user does. Or somebody who's not working in corporate America. Because corporate America, you'd lose your job. I'm telling you right now. If they find out that they were paying you to look and see what was wrong with stuff that cost pennies compared to what it cost for your hourly rate, and you're using expensive tools to do it with, you're not going to have a job very long in corporate America. Doesn't mean you can't do it. It's your choice. So that's why you won't see me use those tools. I don't have anybody feed me with a spoon either. I can do that by myself. I'm pretty proud of that. There's these devices that can feed you. Really, that's great. Yeah. Let me take a look. What was I doing? Oh, we were making our Windows 11 installer, right? So we go back over here, and of course that's long since been done. It doesn't take that long. And I'm going to just hit close. And that's it. We are done until 25H2 comes out. Then we'll do this again. And we'll be done for a year before we need to do it again. So if I want to restart this computer, and I want to test this flash drive to see if it boots into Windows 11 installation media, and this includes all versions of Windows 11, like Home and Pro. I don't think LTSC is in there because it's not really a legitimate version of Windows 11 that you would download from the consumer side of Microsoft. That's a corporate tool and is designed to be used in a corporate environment. No differently than a school bus is used to haul a bunch of people, and for an individual who lives by themselves to buy and use a school bus is a ridiculous prospect. But you know, you could do that legally. You could go and buy a school bus and drive yourself around town in it and never ever have a passenger. You totally can. I don't know what's going through your mind, but you know, it's not required. You don't need my approval for that. So I'm trying to restart, and so far nothing's happening. So we'll give this just a second here, and hopefully I will see a signal, unless for some reason it doesn't like my flash drive. In fact, what I should do, just to give you some peace of mind here, is turn camera 1 on and put me back in the corner so that you can see I've not left you. But it shouldn't be taking this long. And this may be still related to the original problem for all I know. Or there could be an incompatibility. I've seen systems not boot with certain devices plugged into the USB ports. It doesn't happen very often. This should not be taking this long. Just as a simple diagnostic, I'm going to pull the plug, turn this off, and then I'm going to turn it back on again, because if it exhibits the same behavior, I'm going to try it again without the flash drive installed. And if the system won't boot with the flash drive installed, there's something incompatible. And another flash drive probably wouldn't cause that problem. Sometimes a BIOS update addresses stuff like that, sometimes not. Sometimes it's a glitch. I didn't hit delete fast enough to get into the BIOS so I can override the boot. This is going to boot into Windows, right? That's the normal thing. And then what I want to do is restart right here. And we're going to go to our BIOS. Jose Lopez says, Carey, why do we have 10 fingers? Not all of us do. Some of us used to have 10 fingers. Bad decisions sometimes result in having fewer fingers. And that only affects that person, right? They're the ones that live with their consequences. You could say you only have 8 fingers and 2 thumbs. You may not actually have 10 fingers after all. How technical do you want to get? This is the internet. All right, let me try and get back in the BIOS again. Delete, delete, delete. What seems to be happening consistently is when I choose to restart, the system's not restarting. And the only thing that's changed, remember I talked about layering. The only thing we changed is this flash drive. So if I unplug the flash drive, and once again, we're going to do everything all over again. Pull the power, plug it back in, turn it back on, let it boot into Windows, choose to restart, and see if it restarts fine. Then I know there's something incompatible with the flash drive. And it's possible, because this drive is 64 gigs in size, which is 8 times bigger than we need, that some systems may struggle with that as a boot drive. Just so you know, that's a thing. You're not doing yourself a favor using a drive bigger. Now, if it's just your system you're working on and nobody else's and it works, that's great. But if you're a technician and you're working on numerous systems, every day more systems come in, and you need a flash drive that works on all of them, you definitely want an 8 gig USB flash drive, because they vary in compatibility in that regard. At some it may work, and on others it may not. And just simply going to an 8 gig flash drive will almost always solve that problem. And that's why that problem happens. And it's almost always a BIOS related thing. And a lot of times there's just not going to be an update to the BIOS on these mini PCs unless there's something critically wrong. That's not critical. With this out, let me restart again, and I'll bet you it restarts fine. So on many modern systems, it won't matter that this is 64 gigs. On older systems or on mini PCs that often use older tech, right? This is a text-based BIOS. It's not a graphical user interface. That kind of indicates they're lagging behind, but that's how they get the price cheaper. You may have some kind of issue with the size of the flash drive. See, it's booting fine now. That's what I think this is. It's likely because I used a 64 gig flash drive. I should have used an 8 gig flash drive. And my excuse was I wanted a faster flash drive, and then got caught up in the conversation where even the slower flash drive would have long been done by the time I got back to checking its progress. So it's not a big deal if we want to try this again and see if that theory works. If I just grab this, I think is an 8 gig flash drive that I use for BIOS updates. Again, you'll see this problem all the time where a system, you're trying to update a BIOS, it will not see your flash drive because your flash drive is too big. And oftentimes BIOS update instructions say you must format in FAT32. It must be no bigger than this. They're not just making this stuff up, folks. They're telling you for a reason. And if you choose to not believe them, go ahead and test it. But at least you'll know why, if it doesn't work, why it didn't work. Now, if we go back over here, let me just check the capacity of this flash drive. I think it's 8 gigs. Because that is your ideal flash drive for a Windows installer. Yeah, that's 8 gigs. I don't have to re-download anything. I still have everything. So if I go back over to our downloads folder, and we'll go back over to Rufus, we're going to do everything exactly the same, but I'm going to do it a lot faster this time. Right now it's analyzing the ISO file, which is why these items are shaded out. Now it's ready. We're going to hit, it's going to the flash drive. Yeah, it's a blank flash drive. Start. I want to remove. Oh, it saved my settings from the last time. I like that. So I would just click OK. Yes, we're going to wipe out the USB flash drive. And it's off to the races and running. I don't know how much easier this could possibly be without telling you shouldn't. If this is too much work for you, you're in the wrong line of work and you shouldn't be doing it. Just have somebody else do it for you. That's it. I can't imagine it being any easier. It's completely free. Everything we do is legal, on the up and up, completely free. No worry of viruses, no worry about getting a bad image, no worry about having to create a login account. None of that. And it's a small investment of time if you're reinstalling Windows more than once. Just make this once and you can reinstall Windows on as many machines as you want to your heart's content and never deal with Shift F10 ever again. And all the people whining and crying about OOBE being gone and now you got to use Start CXM or whatever it is. Who cares? Oh my God. Why does the river always flow that way? Just back away from the water, okay? Go put on your helmet and your life vest and stand safely away from the shore. You don't belong there. It might seem cruel, but it's for your own good. Jose Lopez says, "You are my hero, Carey." Thank you, Jose, with a $2 super chat. Barry Klein said he's got one of those post-diagnostic cards for when he's playing with older PCs. He said it's helpful to me to have an idea of what I'm looking for when I may not have something to swap in to check. I mean, if that's your process, that's your process. I've never in my life needed a post-diagnostic card on any system I have ever worked on in the history of being in this business. But that's just me. Well, take it as a personal point of pride that I would never rely on technology to fix the technology. And if I did, I probably wouldn't have a job. If it actually worked, what would be the point of my existence in this career? It would be redundant and unnecessary. If that was that easy, to replace a human being, I would have been replaced a long time ago. I don't want to encourage being replaced. It does not bode well for me if I'm successful. Ben Laird said, the Windows 11 flash drive, should it be FAT32 or NTFS? It should be FAT32. Yeah, if you look at the installer, it initially said NTFS as a default, but once it read the ISO file contains the parameters that it is following, Rufus is following, and you'll see the area here says file system is FAT32. These are our format options. These format options are set in the ISO file, the master file for Microsoft. So Rufus isn't making its decision, it's being dictated by the ISO file. So this isn't anything you should be changing. So your question is unnecessary. The question is already answered for you. And if you simply follow what I showed you, you wouldn't have to ask anything. You would just follow the steps as shown on the screen, and anything that is already filled out by Rufus is the proper thing. Well, the only part you have to decide is, what flash drive do I want to use? Is that the target up here, just to verify you're at the right target? And then what installation options you want. All this other technical stuff, GPT, UEFI, FAT32, volume label, cluster size, that is not for you to answer. All of that is pre-filled in, and I would recommend you leave it alone. All right, and then we'll watch this in real time to see how long it takes, and I'm gonna grab a cold Gatorade. John English wants to know, if there's a compatibility issue, why did it see and install to the ISO flash drive? Because seeing the flash drive in the operating system is different than booting from the flash drive from the BIOS. A BIOS is not an operating system. And so any incompatibility between the BIOS and the boot drive is going to be exhibited during the boot process. Any sort of issue, once you're in Windows, would be a Windows-related issue. Outside of Windows, it's a BIOS-related issue. That's your main difference. Let me grab a cold Gatorade. And again, I appreciate the question. It's a fair question. If you lack an understanding in the difference between an operating system and a BIOS, then it would make sense that you wouldn't understand why would it be incompatible in one and not in the other. But that just is in regards to being bootable. So the BIOS will still see the flash drive, it just can't boot to it. And that's a limitation of the BIOS, which again can be corrected in most cases through BIOS update, but likely won't be, especially on cheaper budget computers. If you want that kind of support, you should buy a higher end machine. They're not just priced randomly. You know, they're able to cut costs by reducing the amount of support and even using older tech. So a lot of the mini PCs we can buy today are still 12th gen machines, and they're very aggressively priced. You've got to get the limitations of a 12th gen machine, but you're also paying a less price for it. So you have to decide what you're willing to sacrifice in order to get a certain price. Or you have to decide you're not going to sacrifice the price. You got to pick one. Kevin McNeil wants to know, does using a combo USB-C/USB-A flash drive for your Windows install media make sense? Probably not, because I'm not aware of a USB-C and A flash drive that is 8 gigs or smaller. I know you can get away with 16 gigs. But the minute you go above 16 gigs, that's where you start enduring some risk. Now, if you're only working on your computer and nobody else's, and it works, well, you've got nothing to worry about. I work on how many computers? If you look at the history of this channel, how many different computers have you seen on this bench? Over 1,000. In such, I need a flash drive that will work on all of them. So do you need a flash drive that works on a bunch of different computers, or you just need one that works on yours? I've seen people argue and debate for 2 hours over the results of a test that would take 10 minutes. My question for you is, if you have a USB flash drive with CNA on it, Type C and Type A USB ports, why don't you try it and tell me? Why are you asking me to look in a crystal ball and tell you what your results would be, to do a test that'll cost you nothing, and then ultimately be able to see the results that affect you, not affect me. I don't have your computer here. I don't have your flash drive here, but you can go and get the Windows installer and Rufus, and you can make it yourself for free and see if it works. And if it does, please come back and let me know. That would probably take less time than this conversation. I do want to encourage you to have your own experiences and to stop looking for reasons to avoid an experience. Even if I told you that wasn't going to work, you should not believe me until you experience it. Maybe there's a reason it's not working that you figured out, and you can come back and tell me what I missed. But if you just accept what I say is true without actually testing it yourself, it's just not the way I was raised. I can't get through life listening to other people. I have to get some guidance and take that into consideration for my own experience. So I'm as best prepared as I can be. But this doesn't require any prep. Just plug it in and do it. There's no cost. What are you afraid of? What's the worst that could happen? What is it you're trying to avoid? Wasting 6 minutes? Too late for that now. Crack me up. Attila wants to know, Carey, if I use my PC for gaming, do you recommend that I swap the stock fans on my Thermaltake V5 1-core to a single 200 millimeter, or as long as the temps stay under 80 degrees Celsius, I'm fine? As long as the temps stay under 100 degrees Celsius, you're fine. You're well below the ceiling. So unless there's a particular look you're going for, or you're trying to reduce the amount of noise the fans make, so you want to go to one larger fan that doesn't have to turn as fast, that may be a reason to upgrade it. But system reliability, system temperature, that only, it's not going to make any difference in the system reliability, or probably won't make any difference in temperature. And even if it does, it won't affect system reliability. If you have a problem and you'd like some advice on how to solve the problem, I can answer that question. But if you can only imagine a problem and you want to know what would happen if, nobody can answer that for you, because every situation is different. You have to go and do it, and you can report back, hey, I did this and it was a complete waste of time, or it was totally worth it. That's your choice. Ben Laird with a 10-pound super chat says, great stream. Thank you, Ben. Okay, so now our update is all done on this flash drive. Let me hit close on this, and let me restart. Let's see if we restart now. And hopefully I can hit the delete key, get in the BIOS, and boot to this Windows 11 install media we just made now on a second flash drive, completely for free. And we'll never have to hit Shift F10 ever, ever, ever again. I'm going to start pressing delete right now. See what happens. Look, came up. So it definitely was an incompatibility there at boot. Let's go over to save and exit. We should have a boot override. That's our flash drive. Let's see if the Windows installer starts. Then, assuming it starts, I could just get my label maker and write Windows 11 24H2, stick the label on it. And I don't have to make that ever again until 25H2 comes out. Then I will do the exact same thing again, and I won't have to do that again until 26H2 comes out in the fall of 2026. And then I won't have to do that again until 27H2 comes out in 2027. I think you get the gist of this, right? Once a year. That's it. We're done. Get on with things. It's not something we have to keep harping on, and I don't have to hit Shift F10 until the end of time to bypass NRO or run the start command. All this other nonsense. Why would people go against the current? I don't get it. It's a weird choice, but you do have choices. That's all I want you to consider. Then, once you've been told, if you still choose to go against the current, I got nothing. Got nothing more to say. Now, it appears like it's not booting again, right? And that may be whatever was related to this computer problem may also be related to this boot issue. And my suspicion that the drive is too large and incompatible certainly appears to be right at first, because it did actually restart. We did not get that far with this flash drive. We've gotten further with this one, but only to a certain point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the plug on this. I'm going to plug it back in, and I'm going to move this flash drive to a different USB controller just to see if it may be controller related. And we're going to turn it back on. One more time, we're going to go back in the BIOS, and we're going to tell it to boot off of that flash drive. I will tell you that if this is not booting off of this flash drive, this is going to likely need a warranty service. I'm not going to fix this myself. This came from the factory. There's something wrong with it. It will go back to the factory for warranty. In the meantime, do I make the customer wait for all that? No. I will have another machine I can just send to the customer that's equal to or better than this one. And I'll try and find something better just to make it worth the customer's trouble. And that ship will sail, and that's done. Like, the likelihood of them having a problem with the next one, very unlikely. Whatever this is, it's weird. So, when you order something new, and I can't emphasize this enough, if it's under warranty, you should not be fixing it. If you're upgrading it or something, that's different. But no repairs, not under warranty, unacceptable. And I wouldn't expect my customers to pay somebody else to fix what I built under warranty. That takes away the peace of mind. I tell my customers, when you buy a machine from me, you're covered no matter what. Even if it costs me 3 times more than you paid to fix it, it's my responsibility. But if that customer chooses to hire somebody else to fix my work, that makes me sad. It makes me sad because the customer spent money they didn't need to spend. They got somebody else working on it that may not know what they're doing and making it worse. And what's even worse is, why aren't they calling me to fix it? Have I just lost a customer forever and not been given an opportunity to make it right? So it upsets me on all those levels. Yeah, this is not booting now. Now, whatever the reason is here, something's wrong. I mean, I can tell you right now, whatever caused that Windows installation to become corrupt appears to be deeper. And the longer we have to test this, the more we can expose these kind of weird problems that aren't real obvious. And at some point, it's just cheaper and faster to replace a unit and get on with life than to stubbornly try and figure out something that is worth less than your time. And ultimately, even when you think you've got it figured out, you may not, and it may continue to haunt you until you finally realize, I've wasted a bunch of time, I can never get back on it. Now, if this is worth $3,000, that's a different story. But for what these cost, and the fact that it's under warranty, I can take care of this under warranty. In the meantime, I can provide the customer with a different solution. And when this comes back fixed, or in most cases, they just replace them, they don't fix anything anymore, it can go back on the shelf to go to another customer at some point. It's super easy. So I'm a little sad because I was hoping I was going to get lucky and all I had to do was reinstall Windows and just never know why. Clearly something else is going on. Now, is it possible the power brick's just not quite powerful enough? Something's going on in here that it's delivering power but just not quite enough? Yeah, we plug a USB flash drive in, it's going to take a little bit more power to power it. And maybe this is on the cusp of failing. On the other hand, maybe it has nothing to do with this. Maybe there's something inside. I don't know. Why should I figure it out when it's under warranty? Why not just make this the manufacturer's problem? And if it's not under warranty, it's probably old enough that the cost of repairing it is greater than or equal to the cost to replace it with a new one under warranty that also will be faster, better equipped, and more modernized a year later, or however long the warranty is. Technology moves quickly, and holding on to old technology is just punishing yourself. It's like, well, I've never had anything better, so therefore nothing's better than this. You're right. Ignorance is bliss. If you don't know any better, you can live without it. I'm living proof. Proof. We lived without internet and cell phones for the first 25 years of my life. Totally happy. I never once woke up one morning and said, gee, I wish I had some kind of device that could connect me to the world and introduce me to viruses and scammers. And I'm so miserable until someday this invention gets made. I was totally happy with the world the way it was. And I'm totally happy with the world the way it is. It's all good. I have a machine here I was working on that I want to show you. And this is going to be a warranty. We know that now. These I'm going to just reformat. I don't need another Windows 11 installer. But if this had worked, we would have booted it to Windows 11, and it would not be requiring us to have a Microsoft account. It's that easy. I don't know why anybody is resistant to it, but that's their issue. I've got a machine. I've been going over to Studio A and going through some of the machines over there, and I forgot that I have all these Intel Nooks. I have a bunch of them. And I had set some up to be sort of emergency streamers. And I was able to pick these up refurbished at a really good price. And we refurbished these on camera, if you guys recall, back at Studio B. And I set them up to be backup streamers. If anything happens to my streamer, am I out of work? No, I'll just pull this little guy out. This is an Intel Nook 9. And the reason it's so much bigger than a standard Intel Nook is it allows for the insertion of a graphics card. And I've got a video capture card, a 4-port video capture card. And I'm using the onboard video. This is all I need for a 4-camera stream. The only problem is that's a 1080 capture card. So even though I can go back online at 1080, for this to do 4K, I have to pull the card and replace it with a 4K. I'm using the Elgato 4K Pro 4-port 4K HDMI, 4-port HDMI PCIe capture card. Long story short, I have 4 of these. I don't need 4 of them. And these guys are heavy. They're kind of expensive to ship. That's probably a good 8 pounds. Let me plug this in and show it to you. We're going to steal this power. This even has a built-in power supply back here. These things are, gosh, Intel, when they build their Nooks, when Intel was doing it, they're built like tanks. These things are solid. This is an a 9th gen CPU. And you might go, oh, that's 6 years old. Listen, this is Windows 11 compatible. It is fast. It is capable of having a card installed into it, which I cannot do with a mini PC, including a gaming card if you wanted to use this for gaming. It's plenty of power for gaming, by the way, except on the most extreme games, which, again, you're not going to get any empathy from me on that. So if you're playing that kind of game, let me grab my keyboard and my mouse, and let me grab my HDMI port and my network cable. So HDMI, that's got to go in the video output, not on the video capture card. I've got 2 Ethernet ports back here, plus Wi-Fi. Check this out. This thing is on. It's silent. You can feel the air coming out the top of it. And if you're interested, you can go back through the video archive and see my original review on these. I think you can still buy them. But let's take a quick look. We go to the desktop here. And I guess I need to turn it. Did I turn it on? Bear with me for 1 second. I should have saved the power cable for last. Okay, now let me turn it on. There it goes. Sometimes when you boot up a computer without an HDMI cable installed, it doesn't register a video card, or a monitor rather. So let me try this in a different order. Yeah, that's better. That's our post screen, which is really cool. And since Intel sold off the division, they licensed the technology out to ASUS. There hasn't been any BIOS updates on this. So Intel no longer has the employees working for them that did this work. As a result, it's likely an abandoned project, but it's perfectly fine. I can't see anything wrong with it. And I really like these little guys because I don't have the restrictions of mini PCs with regards to installing my 4-port capture card. I'm not aware of a 4-port capture card that I can plug in through USB, so I'm kind of stuck. But as you can see, if I right-click here on the Start menu and go to the System tab, look how this thing is spec'd out. I've got a 2 terabyte, likely it's a Samsung Gen 3, the 970 EVO, I'll bet you is what's in here. We're onboard graphics. 64 gigs of RAM is installed, and it's an i5 9300. And this thing is fast. And it's certainly more than fast enough for me to do not only my video work here. This little tiny box is more than adequate for me to broadcast and record with, and still only use a small percentage of CPU usage. How much of my CPU does that say it's using? It's under 5%. Even when we start turning all these features on, it's still going to be under 5% or 8% at most. It'll definitely be under 10%. That means 90% of this old, outdated, obsolete CPU that so many snobs would say is not good enough for them. It's a crazy world. Fully Windows 11 compatible. But you don't have to pay as much for it because you're not buying the latest and greatest. You're also not going to have a warranty on it either. So if I bring up the browser, and it looks like we're in 4K, which is driving me crazy. Let's exit out of OBS. Let's right-click and go to Display Settings, and let's go to 1080 on this bad boy so Oz can seize it. 1920 by 1080. There we go. Keep the changes. Right on. All right. Now, let's go to, I don't know, let's look at Amazon just to see if they sell any of these anymore. This is an Intel Nook 9. Are there, oh, there's one right here. $659.99. But I can hear you say, I could buy a brand new 13th gen mini PC for $500. You could. Do you think that that's better than this? By the way, this has Thunderbolt on it. It has an SD card reader on it. You can put a graphics card in it. And you can find them as cheap as, let's see, $379. Now granted, it's not going to be decked out as well with RAM and storage as the more expensive. You are going to get what you pay for. Here's the Extreme. That's going to cost more. It's the Extreme. But let's look at the cheapest one. This one's an i7, which is better than the i5 I have. You can see all the different possible configurations here and the prices that accommodate for those configs. This is a refurbished product. And it's coming from the Amazon renewed store. You'd be buying it from Amazon. So for $379, you can buy this with 16 gigs of RAM. It's just laptop RAM. You can easily update yourself. 512 gig of storage, NVMe. You can easily replace the storage if you want to. It's got a, I don't know how many NVMe slots. I get these all confused. It's got Wi-Fi 6 with the AX200 Intel Wi-Fi. It's going to have, I believe it's 1 gig networking, not 2.5 gig, because this is a few years old. You're getting the i7 9750, and it's all built by Intel for Intel, except the storage and the RAM are not made by Intel. It's going to be Thunderbolt 3. It's not going to be Thunderbolt 4 or 5. It's an older product. And quantities are going to be limited because they don't make it anymore. You've got 3 left in stock. And because it's coming from Amazon, you have a 30-day free return, no cost return, with no excuse needed. If you don't like it for any reason, you simply return it for a full refund. This is much more user serviceable. If you're the kind of person that likes to tinker and upgrade, much easier to work on this. It's not so tiny and delicate. If anything, it's built like a tank. It's a 500-watt power supply on these bad boys too, so you can power a graphics card in there without having to worry about upgrading that little power supply. And people love these. So if you don't always get fixated on the latest and greatest, and it's easy to get fixated on it because that's what the content creators are being paid to make. They're not getting paid to go back and look at this stuff. They're enthusiasts. They're content creators. They're all about what's the latest and greatest and staying on top and staying in the lead. Well, good for them. Does that mean nothing exists prior? Whatever they reviewed this as 5 or 6 years ago, they would still review it the same today, in the sense that how it's built and how it runs and all the things they liked about it still apply today, but it's much cheaper now because they've now got you distracted onto the latest and greatest, most expensive thing. Do you really need the most expensive thing? Do you really need the latest and greatest thing? That's the back of it. There's your Thunderbolt. There's your HDMI, your 4 USB 3 Type A's, your 2 Ethernet cable connections, and your power supply down here. This thing is super easy to get into. You take these 2 screws out, the whole top slides back, and then the sides lift off. That's it. You're in it. It's that easy. It is so easily user serviceable, and it's rocket ship fast. This thing flies. I don't need to have 7,000 megabytes per second. You can't even tell. I just click on things and they just, boom, they just appear. Anyway, sometimes I just want to put this idea in your head. Sometimes the media treats you like a dog. You ever taken a ball and you act like you throw it and the dog looks? That might be entertaining the first couple of times you do it, but if you keep doing that throughout that dog's life, I think that's just bullying and cruelty. At some point, you're just being mean. Think of like a beehive. All of us in society, we're all busy bees, minding, doing our thing, living our lives. And then the media comes along and they shake that beehive and they get us all worked up about something. And then the hive gets all excited and they make money from that. And then tomorrow they come up with something else and they shake the beehive again and all the bees get all worked up again. At some point, the bees need to realize they're being manipulated and to stop participating in that manipulation. At some point, the dog needs to realize, if it were a little smarter, to stop believing every time you fake throw, to stop trusting you. The bees need to stop trusting that every shake of that hive is threatening. Could just be the wind. It could just be a lie designed to get a reaction. And they do it every day, and the news media and the media in general never take a day off. You have to take the day off from the media. The media will never take a day off from you, and they will work you up every single day with something new. That's what's going on. Just be aware of it, and if you choose to participate, you can also choose not to if it's bothering you, or you're getting anxiety about the end of Windows 10. Whatever the latest anxiety is about. OBE's going away. They are manipulating you. So take a deep breath, relax. It's not that big of a deal. It'll be something else tomorrow. And it'll be something else the day after that. And until things change in our culture, you just expect more of the same. And maybe save some of your energy and being worked up about something that actually affects you personally. Just an idea. So I like to just go the other way. Well, I do enjoy showing a lot of the latest and greatest, like this brand new case. I really like it. I think it's a good value. That doesn't mean this is worthless and not worth consideration, because this is an even better value. For as capable as this is, at that $379 price, would I rather have this or would I rather have this for the same price? This is more powerful. This is more capable. This is less reliable. I'll tell you right now, because it's here needing a repair, this has never needed a repair. Which one is better value to me all day long. I don't even have to think about it. That's much better value. But you're not going to find this information from other content creators. They visited this when it came out years ago and have never gone back to look at it again. Why? It was only worth your consideration when it was new. It really bothers me. So we're going to go against the mob mentality here on YouTube, and we're going to reflect back on things that are still a value, and they were a value when they came out, and they're a better value today. This computer will last just as long as this one. If this has 10 years of life in it still, so does this one. Statistically, if this can run Windows 11 compatible into the future, so can this one. This one is $700 to $800. This one's less than half of that. This one's huge. This one's tiny. It's for each one of you to decide, like picking out a candy bar. There's a selection. You pick what's right for you. But just know there are still candy bars that were made in the 1960s that are still made today, and they're still delicious. Well, you know, that Kit Kat bar's been around for decades, so we don't eat it. Why? Because it's not the latest and greatest craze in candy bars. It doesn't have caffeine in it like the new candy bars do. Oh, I guess it's not good anymore then. Your choice. Giving you food for thought. Things to think about. What aren't you being told by the media? What are you not being told by content creators? What are they omitting? This is an example. Why are they doing it? Because what are you clicking on? If you clicked on different things, you'd be guiding that. But in general, people are clicking on the latest and greatest that are driving the content to be focused on latest and greatest because that's what you're clicking on. I'm not going after the clicks. I'm going after showing you the way my business runs and what I consider. And if it gets clicks, that's great. And if it doesn't, that's fine too. But my motivation behind making videos is not for the clicks. It's to provide information that I feel is being omitted, not necessarily intentionally, but definitely because the viewers are making decisions that lead the content creators that way. So it really is the viewer's fault, but the viewers don't know that. So if I can point that out to the viewers, what else exists with other content creators that aren't as popular, that provide critical information that's more valuable and more reasonable and more practical and more pragmatic that you're not aware of because you never went looking for it? Think about that. David Graham said milk duds are still great. Milk duds have been around a long time, haven't they? Morton said I could use one of those Nooks. I would add a GPU for triple monitors. Yeah, or you could run triple monitors right off the Thunderbolt ports too. If we want to run video out of this, for example, if we want to do triple monitors, we don't need to add a GPU for that. We can go, at least I think. Let's test that theory. That's DisplayPort to HDMI. Here is a Type-C to HDMI. Let's try it. We're going to go back to one of these ports down here. I'm going to take my HDMI cable out of the HDMI port and plug it in here instead. Do we still get video? Let's see. Yep, that works fine. In fact, let me bring back camera 1. So we can have HDMI and this. Do I have another one? I don't know why I would have 2. I have 2. Let's plug this one in here. And let's grab my HDMI cable, unplug it, plug it into the other one. Do I get video? Yes, we have video. So you can have 3 monitors on here, and you don't need a GPU for that. You'll just plug one monitor in HDMI and just get these USB-C to HDMI adapters. They're like $8 a piece. And just plug them in. You're good to go. Triple monitors, no problem. Oops. Also, if you have any questions for me, this will be the time to ask. We're just running towards the end of the show right now, and I want to give you guys an opportunity to, any questions or concerns you've got, we can address those now. If you want to reach out more, Taunt, and you want to buy one of these from me, I got 4 of them. I'm sure I could part with at least 2 of them. It might be faster and cheaper for you to get it from Amazon. Although mine will be decked out better with 2 terabytes and 64 gigs. I don't know, might be worth exploring that option. Or, like I said, you can just order from Amazon, probably get it faster, and you have that free 30-day return option. But if you're interested, reach out to our email address and see if we can work something out. I'm trying to clear out some inventory and build up some more funds for more future content. So I'm back to looking for items I can sell, but I'm really primarily trying to sell locally. But I make exceptions, and especially for folks like you. You know, we've worked together before and everything's been smooth. So, you know, I got your back if anything were to happen. But I'm still, some of the stuff is too big. You know, it's not worth shipping it. This one, you're right on the edge. It's pretty heavy. This thing will probably cost $60 to $70 to ship this across the country. Versus these cost about $25, $35 to ship. Plus the box in the packing is another $15. Unless I can box it and pack it myself. All right, what else? Peter VZ with a €1 super chat, joining us from the Netherlands. Thank you for that. Frank Jimmy says, a lot of common questions I get from my clients is, why did their computer break? Why did Windows get corrupt? I think their underlying question is, how can this issue have been prevented? Yes, and you can ask the doctor that when you get your cancer diagnosis too. Sometimes we just don't know. Sometimes it's just in the cards. Sometimes it's a power corruption issue from the power company. Sometimes there's local construction that causes something to happen. Sometimes something happens where the machine's not maintained and it gets dust buildup and heat buildup. Sometimes a component just fails. Why did the light bulb burn out today? I don't know. What could I have done to prevent it? Don't use the light bulb. Unfortunately, I hear that question all the time from clients, and I simply tell them I don't know. But if the problem happens again, we'll look more into it. Until a problem happens twice, we don't bother learning about why, because it takes too much time and effort in diagnostics to figure out why something happened that's never happened before and likely will never happen again, regardless if we have the knowledge or not. So if it happens again, then we work with it. You know, then we dive into it more. But if the problem is just a one-time problem, and that's what I tell people, if it's a one-time problem, we don't bother worrying about what caused it. There's no sense in it. It's never happened before. What do you think the odds are it's going to happen again? And if it does happen again, then it's time for us to figure out why. But until then, it doesn't matter. That's what I tell them. Mortant says he's still using the 200R build that we built for him, well, that he paid for. He says it's still working great. Thanks again. Hey, you should upgrade that bad boy. He says, I'll send you an email. Yeah, please do. Send it to the, well, send it to either email. You've got my regular one or the Showcase Create email, which, by the way, I'll put it up on the screen for anybody. If you want to email us, right there is the email address. Everybody's saying their favorite candy bar. Sean wants to know, why do motherboards have one NVMe drive slot on the CPU and the other NVMe slot are on the chipsets? Well, you're talking about consumer-based CPUs, not server CPUs, not workstation CPUs. And consumer CPUs, I want you to understand that on the customer side of things, you're getting the leftovers. All the good stuff, all the stuff that has all the power, that's tens of thousands of dollars that's being used in corporate America. And as that technology gets cheaper to make and smaller and can be trickled down to the consumer, you're getting the leftovers. So CPUs don't do that. Consumer CPUs do that because you have a limited amount of traffic that those CPUs at that price point that meet the needs of the consumer. You're not a corporation, I assume, and therefore you would not need all those lanes for data traffic. I mean, can you imagine how much traffic Google sees? How many search requests are done every second, not to mention Google Maps and Gmail and all the other Google properties, and how much data bandwidth they must process every microsecond of every day all over the world, nonstop, 24/7. And even that's not enough. So Google will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on equipment none of us could afford. We couldn't afford the electric bill to run it and cool it. But as that technology evolves, we as the consumers, we get the trickle down of being able to condense that down into a more basic consumer form. That's going to be far more limited in both power consumption, price, and capability compared to what corporations need. You can buy a boat, but can you buy a yacht? And if you can buy a yacht, can you buy a cruise ship, something that holds 2,000 passengers? It's not designed for you. It's designed for a bunch of people, and it requires a crew bigger than your whole boat would ever hold, or that your yacht would ever hold. And if you don't have a crew, even if you could afford the cruise ship, how could you afford to actually sail that ship? You couldn't. It's a corporate devised tool. So eventually technology does trickle down in the sense of the, you know, a cruise ship's not a great example, but if you look at like a jet ski and how compact that is, and the technology involved with the way that a jet ski works and propels itself without a propeller, it's really fascinating to see that come down at such a low price point that anybody can go and buy one. And you don't even need a license to drive it. You just get on it and go. And people get killed on them because they don't know what they're doing. And they do stupid things because there's no education required as a prerequisite to pilot one. Unlike a plane, you have to be licensed, or a car, you have to be licensed. A jet ski, you just get on it and go. And an all-terrain vehicle, an ATV, you can just get on those and go in the wilderness. And a lot of people get hurt and killed on those too. So it still doesn't negate you from your responsibilities, but at the same time, it's nowhere near as powerful. So the computers you're getting as a consumer, the CPUs you're buying, are more limited in scale and scope to getting you the best value that they can for what the computer's capable of. So by putting your NVMe drive on these lanes on the CPU, these lanes are dedicated for your graphics card or your NVMe drive. If you use both an NVMe drive in that CPU slot that's dedicated for those lanes, it shares the same bandwidth as your graphics card, so your graphics card's only going to run at half speed. So if you don't have a discrete graphics card, then you can run, those lanes remain unused. You just don't use them. Well, that's not beneficial to you, is it? So why not put your NVMe card there, your NVMe drive, and if your GPU then is added later, and your GPU is only running at 8x speed instead of 16, most people don't even notice. But if that matters to you, now you can move that NVMe to a different set of traffic lanes that aren't being hindering rather the GPU. So you as a consumer are given options. If you don't want to be given options, buy a console. They do all this for you and you don't have to worry about it. Just get an Xbox, get a PS5, all that's done for you. But if you like options and you like to be able to customize a machine to your individual and unique wants, needs, desires, and budgets, that's why those options exist. They don't apply equally to all people. I don't like onions, but Burger King still offers it as a topping for a hamburger. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean it shouldn't be offered. Or I don't see any value in onions, and I never will. But I don't represent everybody eating at Burger King. So if they want onions, they can have them. And if I don't want them, I don't have to have them. Aren't options great? So it's just an option, and it's a way for you to utilize those lanes that may otherwise be sitting there unused, meaning you just wasted your money buying a processor. It's like you bought a dozen eggs and you threw 4 of them in the garbage can. Why didn't you just buy 8? Why did you buy 12 just to throw 4 away? Because if you're not using the lanes you paid for, why did you pay for them? Not using them is the same as not having them. And you could have saved some money. So I hope that answers your question adequately. There is some concern, hey, when Windows 10 support ends, what do I do if I ever need to get Windows in the future? And I'm surprised at this question because we covered this 10 years ago. We covered it in Windows 7, and we covered it in Windows 8, and we even covered it in Windows XP, and the answer is still the same. Let me jump over here, and I'll show you. I have to keep repeating information because people are new here all the time, and they don't know what they missed. So, if we want a copy of Windows 7, we can go grab one, and the website is called HEIDOC. It's been around for years and years and years and years and years and years. And we're going to download HEIDOC, which is a Windows and Office installer downloader. And we're going to, this is not a great website because I don't know which download is the real one. It's all a bunch of advertising. Let me make a better choice. Let's go back. Don't they have HEIDOC.net? Yeah, HEIDOC.net. Yeah, I guess that's the right site. Anyway, real small application, but the trick is, where is it? There's so many advertisements wanting me to download everything but HEIDOC. A HEIDOC ISO downloader, it's been around a long, long time. I think, is it get the latest version? Is this it? Yes, download HEIDOC. If I just leave the mouse alone for a second, it tells me what that's going to do. All right, that's confusing, and be careful because that's how you can get spyware. I'm surprised because HEIDOC.net wasn't this way before. So, all the images that HEIDOC is providing are coming from Microsoft. There's no worry. If you are worried, you can get the hash of the file and then Google search that to pull up the actual hash of the legitimate authentic file from Microsoft, and you'll see this file is coming from Microsoft. It's just they're an intermediary between you and Microsoft. Let's see, download. Why did it not work? Did it work and I missed it? Downloads. No? Let's clear all that out. Where is download HEIDOC? Getting the latest version. Okay, click. Now what's it do? Just start your download. That ain't right. This is all sketchy. I don't know what the heck. What's this first link up here? That's the site I was looking for. Okay, phew, that's better. So we still have all these download advertisements all around the screen. We just want to scroll down. And it's right here. That's your download. Not the big blue buttons. Those are all advertisements. The thing that you actually want is not an advertisement, okay? So stop looking at the ads if this is what you're looking for. And then we're just going to close out this ad and the download should start, and it's really small. I open this file, it's an executable file, and I can get whatever copy of Windows I want. Basically going back to Windows 7. Okay, there's Windows 7, Windows 8.1, there's Windows 10, there's the image for Dell computers, there's the insider previews. If we go up to these tabs, I can grab whatever copy of Microsoft Office I want from 2010, 2013, 2016, 2019, even for Office. It's really easy. And then under Other, there's the Windows Admin Center and Microsoft Expression. Then there's, Settings and About. So pretty much, if Microsoft stops offering you the Windows 10 download, this will be around for a very, very long time. You can still get Windows 7 here. Legit, the actual Windows 7 with the same hash as the authentic file, because it's still coming from the TechNet servers, essentially. They're seamlessly integrating that. So if we want Windows 10, after Windows 10 expires in 5 years, we just come here and get it. So what? So give this a second, and it's sorting through the options of Windows 10 downloads. And in a minute, this should populate with what the options are. And depending on how busy the site is, usually it's pretty instantaneous. If we look at like Windows 8, I don't know why this is not propagating for me. So like on Windows 7, this goes back, 7 years? Choose your version. So if I want Windows 7 Pro, choose English, and then I choose download. Now it goes to the Microsoft server. Look where it's going. Download.microsoft.com into a link that apparently isn't working right now because I'm demonstrating it live. And there does seem to be an issue, and maybe there's an update to this that I'm not aware of, because the links may change from Microsoft. I'm a little concerned that when I select Windows 10, I'm not getting the option screen up here. It's not working. What does New Additions do? Still not seeing anything. Well, that's a surprise. This has been a very reliable tool for me. And as far as I know, it remains so, but something isn't working right. Let me go back to my downloads folder and let me right click and choose Run as Administrator. Could that be my problem? Windows 10. No. I'm curious. What did that message say about Windows 11? Let's run it as administrator one more time. Something's changed. Something's been updated, and I haven't kept up. Windows 11 released to manufacturing is now available on the Windows 10 tab. Windows 11 downloads will get their own drop-down in an upcoming new downloader. Wait for the announcement. The links are in this blog post. So if you want Office, they have Office 2021 direct download links, so you don't even have to go through that software. You can just click to download Office directly with these links, and then you would pay to activate that separately. Look at all these download links. And obviously, if Microsoft had a problem with this, they would have shut it down years ago. So there's these genuine resources online that have existed for years that just aren't general consumer knowledge. But anybody that's a tech should know about this. Anybody who's been a tech for some time should be aware that simply because Microsoft doesn't offer an ISO doesn't mean you have to go on Pirate Bay or you have to torrent it. Absolutely not. What I am curious about, though, is when we go to hiadoc.net, if there is a newer version, because that's the only thing I can think of. They have all kinds of software at Hiadoc from, well, I'll just let you read these titles. Hiadoc.net versus Amazon, the history of a legal dispute. Didn't see that one coming. Windows and Office download tool. That's the one I want. Oh man, this hasn't been updated in 9 years. Maybe that's why it's not working anymore. Well, no, it says it was released 4 years ago. Looks like it may be due for an update. This is what happens if you rely on free software, though. You know, people might have had some free time and it starts to become a chore, and then they stop updating it because there's no reward other than listening to people complain about it. And then they lose their motivation for updating it. But then usually somebody else will pick it up and run with it until they get burned out. I am surprised this is not pulling up all the versions. And I don't know if that's normal because it's been abandoned, or is it just something's not working right? This has always been my go-to. Always. I will say, there's no harm in if you want to store your own Windows 10 ISO image just in case you need it. But I don't know why anybody would voluntarily continue to use Windows 10 after support ends, other than you like thieves and you want your identity stolen and your data encrypted. That's the only reason I can come up with why you would insist on using it. I won't support any customers that insist on using Windows 10. After support ends on Windows 10, if we don't have a dead plan in place set that we're getting this resolved by the 1st of the year, then we must go separate ways because of the liability it places on my company and the likelihood for greater support calls due to ongoing issues that will continue to get worse that I am not willing to endure unless the customer is willing to pay me about 6 times more than they're currently paying me, because they're going to require a lot more time. When I tell the customer that, they're going to say, I'm not going to pay you that much. Well, I'm not going to work that much if I'm not getting paid for it. So we're either going to Windows 11 by the 1st of the year, or you're finding somebody else, because I'm not going to go out of business and pay your bills. In other words, if the customer wants to insist on self-destruction, I appreciate the heads up so I can clear the area and be away from any collateral damage from that business owner's decision. I am not going to go out of business because my customer made a bad decision. No, not an option on the table. My business is my responsibility. And the minute that a customer wants to go their own way and go against my advice, you no longer need my services. And to self-preserve my own company and to preserve all my other customers that depend on me, I absolutely cannot go along for that ride out of amusement or tolerance. The cost and danger to me is collateral. And the collateral damage doesn't affect the customer. If that customer goes out of business, and as a result, I go out of business, do you think the customer cares? They got their own problems. They're going to say, it's not my fault you went out of business. You're the moron who went with me on this trip to nowhere. If that trip's going nowhere, get off the train. Don't go with them. Let them go without you. Save yourself. If you don't save yourself, how are you going to help all the other people that depend on you? That's the way I see my business. I have to keep it alive, and I can't let any one customer change my business practices to accommodate them at the cost of me losing my business. If I lose my business, that's going to be on me, not on somebody else. Very like a mother with her child. I am very protective about it. I'm not telling the customer what they can or cannot do. I'm telling them what I can or cannot do. And if we can't meet on that, then we part. We don't have to be enemies. We just agree. This isn't going to work anymore. You have a different value system than I do. You're willing to take greater risks than I am. And if you fail in your risk, it's going to jeopardize my entire career. So it would be unwise and profoundly foolish for me to just go along for the ride. Nope. Not even under any agreement. Not even under a signed statement of liability waiver would I even entertain that under any circumstances. Now, you as a home user, you want to keep using Windows 10 after the 1st of the year, you knock yourselves out. Doesn't bother me one bit. Doma 2000 said, Hyadoc is long gone. I wonder what happened to it, because the recent update was just 4 years ago. That's not so bad, but that's not so long ago. But yeah, these free projects that somebody decides to start up, these people get burned out. And if nobody picks the project up, there's usually a replacement. So maybe I'll need to do a little research and update myself to get on board. It's been a long time since I've used Hyadoc, but that was always my go-to, and it's always been my reassurance that if I need an ISO image, I just grab it there, knowing I'm getting an authentic image. My guess is if Hyadoc has left the building, somebody else has taken their place. Let me do a quick search on that and see what people are saying. Let's go back over here for a second and just do a quick, just to see if it's an easy answer. Is there a replacement for Hyadoc? Let's look under Reddit first. That's exactly what I want to know. Oh, and this has already been replaced. Wow. Wow. Well, that was quick to answer, wasn't it? Okay, this project's no longer updated. Here's the new project over here. Okay? Okay. Close that out. What do we got? A lot of advertising. This project, this is all advertising. So what I'm looking at is the text. $149,000 files, over 432 terabytes of data. But where is the, this is a list of files by Microsoft. File list? Oh, operating systems. Wow. Even goes back to DOS. This is like Hyadoc on steroids. See, I told you, when something gets closed up, it's usually replaced with something far better. And I'm sure these all have hashes that you can verify their authenticity, that they are unchanged from the originals. Look at all the choices you have here. Holy moly. So let's say I want Windows 10, and then let's say I want the latest version, which is what, 22H2. And it looks like they've updated a bunch of updates into it. That's interesting. What happens when I click on it? Select a language. Okay, English. Now what? Oh, look at all this. Whoa, whoa. Business edition, consumer edition. What are the differences between this consumer and this consumer? This is the ARM64 version. Updated. Oh, this is 32-bit. This is 64-bit. Remember, Windows had a 32-bit and 64-bit. The only 64-bit only version of Windows is Windows 11. So if I want the 64-bit consumer edition of Windows 10, this should contain Home and Pro. It's an ISO image. Wait, I just click on that. And then it says you can download the file via the script. Oh, that's not sketchy. Download this file via the script. Okay. How do you do that? Let's view this. What is this? US. I wish I could see what was under this advertisement. Oh, I suppose I can just hit the down arrow. Download via file sharing. That's what I'd rather do. So what file sharing service are they using? See, this makes me a little bit nervous, but it's easy enough to authenticate. What is the problem with this? How does this script work? I am very, very skeptical about downloading a script. You better do your research or run this in a virtual machine or a sandbox. That is questionable. I am kind of curious, though. On the original site that we went to, and remember, I'm just clicking on the first thing here. What if, does this still work? Could I just say, give me the final version of Windows 10 22H2, the latest version. I don't want the Chinese version, so Windows 10 in English. Like this site still seems to work fine, but eventually over time, without updates, it may not work anymore. But this looks way better. Then again, 64-bit or the 32-bit, I want 64-bit. This file is not available. Oh, well, you can use a magnet link. So the magnet link is going to take you to a torrent site. And I would use a VPN if I was going to get it that way. That's all sketchy. But hey, for a quick search and a quick first link, that got me pretty much where I wanted to go. Yeah, other people 2 years ago, apparently Hyadoc, I haven't used it in a while. This project moved over here. Builds can create USB device. Oh, Rufus can create. Check it out. Yeah. So that's the other thing Rufus can do, by the way, which we didn't discuss, because I'm not a fan of the process of getting Rufus and bypassing Microsoft altogether, because I feel like you're putting a lot of trust in Rufus if you do it this way. But if we go back to Rufus and we download it here on this mini computer, like that, wait a second. There we go. Let's run this Rufus. Now check this out. Let's close all that. And we tell Rufus that we want Windows 11. So if again, I can grab a flash drive and just plug it into the back of the mini PC here. Just plug that in, and then that drive up there is populated. And do I want a disk ISO? Yes, I want a disk. And then what do I want? Oh, I got to remember how to do this. It's been a little while. Select, is that not it? I'm having a hard time to show advanced format options. No. This is a problem when I can't remember it. Can't remember how to do this. Thought there was an option. You know what? Let me try Rufus one more time. And this time, you start it with administrative privileges. Right click. Run as administrator. See, it's been such a long time since I've needed these old tools. I am out of practice. I can't remember where it is. Oh, it's certainly not obvious. I probably have people shouting at me in the chat room telling me where to find it. I need to, yeah, Doman 2000 says if I want to download the ISO of Windows through Rufus, I have to enable online update status. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So that should be better documented. It's not, you know, if nobody tells you that, how would you know? So what happens if I restart Rufus again? It's not asking me if I want to update anymore. How do I solve that? You'd think it would ask every time. It only asked me once, and I don't know how to go back and correct it. Let's delete it. Let's download portable version of Rufus, even though it's basically the same, but I'm hoping it'll come up and ask me again. Let's try that. Do you want to allow Rufus to check for application updates offline? All right, so this is what we're looking for, and we want to say yes. If you say no, I guess you don't get the option to download Windows 11. And if you say yes, you do. So let's try saying yes. And I think it's here, isn't it? No? Is it under select? Where did they move it? Well, they may not have moved it. Where do I find that at? Rufus has found an updated version of the DBX files used to perform UEFI secure boot. Do you wish to download this update? Yes, I do. I didn't even know it was checking. It's a free program, so again, I can't emphasize enough. ISO file, please select the ISO. I thought you selected it in here, but maybe not. And drop down, oh, it's this drop down, it says download. See, when I'm hitting select right here, you have to only click this little tiny side of the button to get the download option. That's what my problem has been. So I'm going to say download. Now click it. Oh, and now we get this. And here's where you can get Windows 10. Oh, well, that definitely needs better documentation. But you can download Windows 10 or Windows 11 right through Rufus and right onto your USB. One-stop shopping, and it's completely free if you know how to use it. Now, just out of curiosity, do you have to check for updates? I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's go back to Rufus. Let's once again download just the regular version right here. And let's open that. Yes. But now, is it going to ask if I want to check for updates? And see, it doesn't even ask us. But instead of hitting select, move the mouse over. Even though nothing's changing, you would never know that that's a separate button. Hit the down arrow, choose download. Then click this button that says download. Then you can download Windows. Wow. Wow, does that need some better documentation? I knew it could do it, but that is opaque and not clear. Okay, say the same thing twice. Anyway, so we want Windows 11, we hit continue. Then it says which version of Windows 11. We only offered that latest version. Hit continue. And then you want Pro and Home Education. Again, you don't get any choice here. Continue. And now it's going to go grab it for us. So that's another way. I guess I don't need Hyadoc after all. Rufus has also replaced it. Language, English International. What about English United States? Or you may end up with a different version. English United States is what I want. Now continue. There is a difference. Windows might look differently if you choose English International and you're used to English United States versions of Windows 11. And then is it, do you want the ARM version or do you want the 64? We'll hit download. And I think it's done asking the questions. There's our file. We choose where we want to save it. And it downloads. And it's pretty fast. And again, if you want to check the hash code, verification of the authenticity of the file against what Microsoft has reported, you will see that's the same file. If the hash doesn't match, you may not want to use it. Okay. Thank you for your help there, Doman 2000. Put me on the right path. Yeah, David Graham says use the down arrow after select. David Graham got it correct. Joshua also says that drop down on select. You guys got it. Freeman also mentions it. I got there. But yeah, so many of you already knew that. And I guess you learned it the hard way too, because it was not obvious. But there you go. And Doman 2000 says, you know, there is extensive documentation on Rufus's website. Fair point. I often don't read the documentation because it shouldn't need it. Like, this is a very simple program. I don't know why you'd need documentation on how to use it, but that might be a reason. But if they just coded it a little differently, you know, to make that apparent, you definitely would not need the documentation. I don't know. Each their own. Raven 4K says, talk about a little known or hidden feature in Rufus, which again, apparently is well documented if you bother reading the documentation. All right, fair point. Now, when I go to make my bootable USB drive of Windows 11, I can simply hit start now that I've downloaded it, right? Isn't that all I have to do is hit start? And because I've never run it on this computer, remove the requirement for an online Microsoft account and disable BitLocker enabled by default. It's going to wipe out the other drive that we've already done a Windows 11 install on, and we're going to do it again. It's all free. And again, no more bypass NRO, no more Shift F10, gone forever. That took me a little longer past when I wanted to end the broadcast, but I'm glad we spent the time to cover it. Maybe I'll cut that little piece out and put it up as a separate little video for people. It seems like it's going to help a lot of people and ease a lot of anxiety that other content creators, you know, everybody's got their approach. Some people are more fear-driven, and I'm more relax. It'll be okay. Go with the flow, man. It's good. Stop fighting it. Don't give up. And stay in the fight, but just don't fight so hard. Don't exhaust yourself when a well-placed and timed hit in the right place it end that fight real quick. So less intuition and more awareness about our environment and what our options are. Try and maintain that sense of awareness instead of being so instinctual, where it's panic and it's now, go, go, go. Take a minute, figure out where you're going and the best way to get there, and then move in that direction. Do that first. Otherwise, you might find everything you did you have to now undo. You've exhausted yourself, you've wasted time, and you're working harder than you need to. Deep breath, think about it for a minute. All right. Lord Martin, I love these comments. Lord Martin says, when I am watching you, as you obtusely have no idea what you're talking about. Why I love that so much is they're here watching me. At what point do they realize I'm messing with them? They're so clueless that they think that they're going to watch me to hate watch and punish me when they're the one being manipulated the whole time. I love that so much. Ah, God, that just made my day. I'm gonna watch you to tell you why I don't watch you. That's great. All right. You love the internet, right? These people, they think they're so clever and they don't hear themselves. All right, well, since they can't seem to be able to keep their mouth shut and to admit how moronic they are, they want to expose their level of ignorance, we're simply going to do what they can't do and exercise a little self-control, preventing them from interacting with us anymore. Because that level of just complete unawareness of looking in a mirror is so preposterous and absurd. You can't help but wonder how people need help. I'm going to go to this restaurant where I don't like the food, and I'm going to eat there anyway and complain about it. Or here's a better idea. Don't go to the restaurant. And if the restaurant just bans you because you're trouble, because you can't seem to have any impulse control to be, exercise any self-preservation, they're just going to keep you from going there since you can't seem to make that decision yourself. That's what jails are for. People just can't seem to control themselves. They do something they know is wrong, and then they end up going to jail for it. And I guess, what, it's all worth it at the end? I don't know what their plan is and what they think they're going to accomplish. But yeah, well, now that you've said that, everything's different now. Oh, God. I hate watching you, which is why I always watch you. I was staying up all night last night wondering, I wonder if Lord Martin Parkes will approve of my content, because their opinion actually matters to me. I respect them so much as a peer in my industry, and they're clearly somebody I look up to, that I hope they shop and they just take a moment out of their day and pop into my chat room and correct everything I'm doing wrong that's kept me in business for 34 years. Oh man, is it going to happen today? I must go play the lottery. I can't believe they popped in and said hello to me. Can you believe it? I know you're jealous. Maybe someday, if you get as popular as me, you'll be visited by the Holy One. Mark Gaines with a 10-pound super chat says, no particular reason, just because. Right on. Thank you, Mark. John Downey says, Carey, I appreciate your explanation on Rufus. Yeah, I think it should be more common knowledge. And I've covered this numerous times before. This is not our first time on this is probably the 8th or 9th time at least I've covered Rufus. But I do make a lot of content, and a lot of people are brand new to the channel. And some of the content applied in Windows 10 that still applies to Windows 11. That's why I haven't remade it. But it would make sense that somebody would never find it because it's listed as a Windows 10 content versus Windows 11 content, even though it's the same. It applies the same. So for these reasons, it's important for me to revisit older content, rerun older content. Sometimes people don't understand, why are you reposting old videos? They might be old to you, but they're brand new to the rest of the world, potentially. Like there's 7 billion, 8 billion people on the planet. We have less than 500,000 subscribers acquired over the last 15, 16 years, 17 years. There isn't even enough subscribers to accommodate the population of the city I live in, let alone the state or the other states or the other countries. So all of those people who've never seen the content before, if we don't present them the content, they never know it exists unless it's recommended by YouTube or just by luck of the draw. In much the same way, they still air episodes of I Love Lucy on TV. And you might wonder, why do they keep re-airing the old content? It's not old to everybody. It's still new to people who've never seen it before. And enough people see it to justify the airtime to re-air it. And over and over and over. And on TV, it's called reruns. But somehow on YouTube, there is an existence of viewer that doesn't seem to understand there is a whole planet of people around them that has no idea who we are and may be introduced to us for the very first time and missed out on all that gold content, which still applies today. So for that reason, if you're a regular viewer here, understand the reruns on YouTube are no different than the reruns on network TV. They exist for the same reason. They're driving a new audience that missed all the original run. I just learned, just occurred to me, I learned of a brand new TV show that's old. It's new to me. I'm like, what do you mean this was a show? I've never heard of it. It's called Powerless. And it's got Alan Tudyk, who I'm a big fan of, in it. And it's a silly little DC Comics related, Batman related show that I guess aired on Amazon. I've never heard of it. It's already been canceled. I'm like, where's this been? It's new to me. Oh, Carey, I watched that years ago. Okay, well, I didn't. If I'd have known about it, I would have. The same applies to my content. All of those diagnostic and repair videos that suddenly have gained a lot of interest in viewership looking for diagnostic and repair videos. Today, they weren't searching for that 5 years ago. But the diagnostic and repair videos are still as beneficial to learn the process and to show the examples to the people who are now looking for it, who weren't looking for it when I made it. So that's why I do that. Raven 4K said, there's no Windows Vista. You're welcome. There's no arsenic in the water either. So, Troll McTrollington, now a member for 3 months, says, Carey, I don't know what you think about my opinion, but I do appreciate it when you do. And I used to be subbed for more than 2 months. Then my card got renewed, and I got DCD from subbing. I don't know what DCD means. DCD from subbing. No idea. No, we love having members of the community. Anybody who wants to be a member of the community, just be nice. You know, if all you have something to say is negative, who are you? What did I ever do to you? Why would you do that to somebody else? You just randomly attack people online? Not you. I'm saying that we get viewers in here sometimes that just randomly decide to attack other people, usually me. I don't even know who they are, and I don't know what they're so upset about. Maybe if I knew who you were first, we could talk about what your problem is, but it's definitely not me with the problem. I'm not the one going to you. You came to me. And if you don't like me, why would you come to me? It doesn't make any sense. Something's wrong with you. I can't help you, but if somebody has a legitimate concern they want to discuss with me in a mature, conversational manner, I don't mind talking to them, but it better start with an introduction of who you are. So, Troll McTrollington isn't a name I can respect, but you've been a member of the channel long enough that I do respect you, that your name no longer matters. We're long past that. It doesn't matter anymore. But if I were to see you for the very first time with the name of Troll McTrollington, I'm going to assume you're looking to start trouble. In my case, I would be wrong about you. But when somebody comes in here with their real name, I don't assume they're going to cause trouble, because if that is their real name, then we can trace it back to them. Only the actions of a coward would demonstrate the criticism of another human being that never bothered them under the anonymity of a handle. That doesn't mean that you couldn't be anonymous with a handle and intend for good things, but it's definitely almost 100% of the time the people that want to cause trouble. So it can make it difficult for me as a content creator to gauge each individual in the chat room unless I see you over time and I get to know you. But if I don't get to know you, then why would your opinion matter to me? I'd have to know who you are first. Otherwise, you could be a bot for all I know. You may not even be a person. So why would I care? I have to validate you're actually a human being. Then I have to validate that you're an adult. And then I can determine from that point what your experience and education are and how it applies to judging me. Because if you don't have a YouTube channel and you're not working as a tech, but you know all the answers, of course you do, because you've never done anything, right? So that's why you're hiding who you are, because if I knew who you were, I would recognize you as somebody that has never accomplished anything, but you want to tell other people how to do everything. That's like taking diet advice from somebody who's fatter than me. It's like taking gambling advice in Vegas from a homeless person on the street. Sure, they know all the tricks to gambling, just look at their success. So whether it's attention seeking, whether they're alone and sad and they're just looking, for human connection, it's far more successful to be nice. It's far its own reward to be kind to people, because that will last a lot longer to establish those long-term relationships that become friendships, rather than just lashing out at a random stranger. You'll always be punished for that, always. There's never any good outcome unless you have a justifiable reason, I'm looking for the sick finger man. And even then he introduces himself. You killed my father, prepare to die. At least there's a reason for the attack. Right? Michael Lavelle with a $10 super chat says, just for the cause. Thank you, Michael. But no, we're glad to see you here, Troll McTrollington. And when I kept saying you, I wasn't referring to you. I'm referring to the audience you, like the people that fit into the description without calling out any specific names. They know who they are. And for the most part, they're all blocked now anyway. And if they aren't blocked, they can voluntarily make themselves known because they can't help it. They just can't help themselves. And then we block them when they make themselves voluntarily known. So they're still doing it to themselves. But they still have a chance, if they haven't been blocked, to come in and be nice and reap the rewards that are never ending of the friendships that develop. They also have the option of going somewhere else. I never asked them to come here. They're invited in. Everybody's invited in. But if you're going to be disrespectful, get out. It's no different than being in my home. I invite everybody into my home. And if they're respectful, they're welcome to stay. But if they're disrespectful, they're going to be removed. Forcefully if necessary in real life. But usually in real life, people don't exhibit that behavior unless there's a justification. And usually you know who they are. So without justification and with complete anonymity, I don't even think it's a person. I think it's just a bot. I don't think that's a real person. Just be aware of that. There's a lot of AI, and AI cannot identify itself as human. That would be far more advanced than what AI can do today. So chances are, when you see that in the chat, it's not even a real person. Just so you know, we're mostly banning bots. And Troll McTrollington is definitely not a bot. David Graham said, Powerless sounds like a fun show. I'll look for it. It's silly, if you're in the mood for silliness. But I like Alan Tudyk, and I think he's a great actor. And I'm like, show me the best scenes of Alan Tudyk. And they showed scenes from the show, and I'm like, what is this? It looks great. It's low budget, but it's a DC Comics parody of itself. Ray wants to know, I'm building a new PC. What's the best way to transfer data from the old PC to the new one? But you don't have backups? Because I would just restore my backups. I would make a backup, and then I would restore from the backup. That question concerns me. Troll McTrollington was a mod here for a while, and he had the ability to ban. We would get a lot of bots that were promoting, escort services and dating services, and it got so overwhelming for me. I started just giving people mod status that I could trust to kick those bots out because they were disruptive to the show, and we had a lot of them. But now, of course, I've got Mara doing all the channel administration. So, well, I appreciate all the help the community offered at that time. As you can see, we've mostly eliminated the whole bot issue with regards to like dating and escort services. What we're dealing with now are more, they're designed to act and behave like people where it's not so obvious. But what makes it obvious is they speak in a way humans don't speak to each other. So if in fact it's a real person acting like a bot, it's still a bot to me. It's like one of my favorite lines from Rick and Morty where they're shooting at these aliens. And Morty doesn't want to kill anything. And he says, well, don't worry, you're not killing beings. They're robots. So Morty's like, oh, yeah, I can kill a robot. And he's shooting him, and the guy's like shouting in pain, oh my gosh, I'm in so much pain, this hurts so bad. He says, I thought you said they were robots. He goes, well, they're bureaucrats, and to me it's the same thing. That is one of the best lines ever. Lawn Dog says he needs an ISO of Windows 7 for a virtual machine. Well, yeah, we've shown you how to grab that. So, and again, just, you know, check your hash, watch where you're downloading it from. And yeah, we've gone an extra hour today, but why not? It's a Saturday. I don't normally do shows on Saturday. Coming up this week, I've got a whole week of content lined up for you. We're going to revisit finishing the old streamer that I had in the Fantex case. I have the motherboard, I have the CPU, and I have the adapter kit so I can put that NZXT Z63 cooler back into the Fantex case. But the adapter allows that older liquid cooler to fit on a modern socket 1861, or at least it's supposed to. I ordered that from Amazon because I really want to keep that cooler in that case. And we're using the new Intel Ultra 7 processor with a new ASRock B860M live mixer micro ATX board. I think I'm going to start that tomorrow because the board still has to get prepped. The cooler has to be remounted back into the case now that I have that solved, in theory. Minis Forum sent us a new PC to review. We thank them for that. We also have a new NAS from TerraMaster. This one's a little different. It's rack mountable. A lot of my customers that were very skeptical about the network attached storage device replacing their servers have fully embraced it to the point now where they want it in a rack. So with Synology introducing this requirement to only use Synology drives, we're looking at alternatives of Synology to provide my clients as they continue to grow more attached to their network storage. Their network attached storage, you see what I did? Anyway, this TerraMaster looks really promising, and I have two clients in particular that are quite interested in upgrading from their older Synology rack mount units that are only 1 gig networking and low-end CPUs to the more powerful, I think, i3 CPU with, I think, 10 gig networking to grow into. They don't need 10 gig today, but they would definitely use 2.5 gig pretty easily without having to rewire everything. And that could double in a half the speed of the network and the processor in the NAS. So then the next step is looking at some of the apps on the NAS that we don't really use. We might start using them now that we have the resources and the power and have grown comfortable in using it and relying on it. There's nothing wrong with the NASs they have. They're both Synology rack mount units, but they're a little long in the tooth. They're older, and the companies continue to grow. So they're fine, but could it be better? So we're going to take a look at that. It's the first time I'm looking at a TerraMaster rack-mounted NAS. And what else? We have I have a couple of little gadgets to show you. Yeah, I might just do a show on these little fun gadgets. They're just novelty gadget things. They're cheap. They might, you know, be worth buying, maybe not. Certainly stuff you can live without. I think we have a couple other mini PCs coming in, but I'm not sure. Not from Minis Forum. I've got no update from Paladin regarding the missing secure boot keys. Still waiting on a proper response from them on that. They seem confused that we were talking about Windows activation keys. There's a language barrier issue. Ultimately, I ended up taking a picture of the BIOS with all of the secure boot keys saying 0 is their value, and then I drew arrows at them. Like, well, maybe if the words aren't working, let's try pictures. So once we get past the language barrier and we can communicate and understand what the issue is, then I'll get the response I'm looking for, which is likely a BIOS update. So I don't think they're real happy with me right now because I'm not aware that anybody else has brought this to their attention, nor am I aware that it's affecting any of the other Paladin models but this one. So it looks like it slipped through the cracks somehow. And we'll give them some time to absorb that and figure out how they want to respond to us. But I think there's a potential they're sending us a couple others. With this machine here, I think I want to just give up on it. I might look at it a little bit more tonight just to tinker. But I think for this gentleman, we have other mini PCs, lots of others here. We'll just send him something else just to get him taken care of. And then there's no pressure for me to put this on a shelf. I can get it and use it for donor parts, or I can send it back to the manufacturer for warranty if I want to pursue that, which I don't know. It could be good to have a spare power supply and take the RAM and the solid state drive out just to have spare parts. I mean, for what these cost, I don't know that it's worth sending back, but I will make up my mind on that when I'm not under any pressure. My pressure right now is getting the customer taken care of. And I'm glad the problems exhibited themselves so that it doesn't come back a second time, because that would be really embarrassing and costly. Troll McTrollington said if the camera lady is watching, hi camera lady. Yeah, that's Mara. She should be watching. And $3.50 Canadian from Troll McTrollington there, twice in a row. Thank you again for supporting the channel. Ray says, I have a backup on an external hard drive, but I'm unfamiliar with the mechanics of the transfer. And we're not familiar with what data you have, right? I can't tell you how to back up what data that you have when I don't. It's like you're asking me, where did I put my car keys? I don't know where you put your car keys. If you put your car keys in the same place all the time, that's probably where they are. What you're asking is not an easy question to answer. You have to understand that your house could be burglarized at any time. Your house can be involved in a fire. Wherever you contain the computer, it could be infected with a virus. If you don't have a backup of this data that you're claiming is important, then you're walking a tightrope without a safety net. It would be a bigger concern to me to know how to back up my data than it would be to replacing the computer. That would be the advice I would give you. Before you even think about buying another computer, what are you doing to protect the stuff you have on your computer? Let's take care of that issue first. Let's get that nipped in the bud. Then if anything should happen, we have a contingency in place where we can replace that computer with any computer, a laptop, anything, and simply restore from your backup and get you back online. So I feel like by you getting a second computer and then asking how do I move the data, you should have done this the other way around. And you should always be asking yourself, when I wake up tomorrow morning and I find that my house has been ransacked or my computer won't turn on, what's my backup plan? What am I going to do? And if it doesn't bother you, then you don't have to do anything. But if that drives some anxiety to you, where you're like, oh my gosh, I would hate if I lost all that. Just like a light bulb, it's been working great for years. Eventually, you're going to have a problem. Do you have spare light bulbs, or are you going to wait till the light bulb burns out, walk around in the dark, find your way out the door, go to the hardware store, go buy a light bulb? Ideally, you have some spare bulbs laying around, so you're not sitting around in the dark. They're backup light bulbs. Okay, so if you want to live in the dark, you can react. If you want to always be in the light, you need to be proactive and be prepared to replace a light bulb by having extras. So the first question is, how do you back up the data? You, in my opinion, need to understand that. And until you do, you should not be instituting any new computer. You should postpone that install of the new computer until you have at first solved this. If you feel that's too big of a fish to fry, if I were you, I would hire a local expert who can come and do that for you. And I say this with all respect and responsibility to your data. If you insist on doing it yourself, then you must insist on understanding what you're about to undertake. If that's overwhelming to you, or you're too impatient, then pay somebody else to do it for you. And if you want to avoid that in the future, then you have more time, because now it might be a while before you have to replace the computer again to get that done. But if you ever had a reason to get it done now, if this doesn't motivate you, just hire somebody. Lawn Dog said, Carey, I was making a suggestion of how to get a legitimate ISO of Windows 7. Oh, I guess I didn't see that. The CD sales company, oh, SCD keys. They have a Windows 7? I don't think they do they? SCD keys. So I'm only endorsing Windows 10, Windows 11, and Microsoft Office products on SCD keys. They might sell video games too, but I'm not here endorsing them for that. Let's see what happens if we type in Windows 7. No, there's no results on Windows 7. What about Windows Vista? Nope. What about Windows 8? Nope. 8.1? Nope. What about Windows 10? Yeah, they do have Windows 10. SCD Key is offering 6 months of free support when you buy the software from them. Can you imagine that nightmare if you sold somebody Windows 7 today? They would end up pissed off, writing negative reviews about you because you wouldn't answer all their questions on how to make Windows 7 work on their NVMe Gen 5 drive. Oh, sound like Lurch. Oh. I didn't expect they would sell that. No, that would be bad for business, man. Yeah, there's Mara posting as me. It says CareyHolzman. That says, hi, at Troll McTrollington. Yes, I'm here. That's Mara. That wasn't me typing that. All right, that'll wrap it up for today, finally. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for all of your super chats, your contributions. And where's my phone? Another thank you again. That's going to go to Robert Barnes. Thank you again. Very generous contribution via PayPal. And for all your super chats today, once again, let's rename. Let's say thank you again and acknowledge the generosity of our community. Our friend Buster, of course, in Scotland. Bebo, Jose Lopez, Ben Laird, Peter VZ, Mark Gaines, Troll McTrollington, Michael Lavelle, and Troll McTrollington 3 more times. Thank you so much. Thanks to each and every one of you for making these videos possible. Gil Garcia said, my laptop has TPM 2.0, but my laptop only has 5th gen, and that's why it won't install Windows 11. Yes, because it's Windows 11, the TPM requirement is a very minor one. It is not the only one. So your CPU needs to be able to perform certain advanced tasks that Windows 11 utilizes primarily for your security. That is not a part of that CPU. Your CPU was created before that technology was invented. Therefore, the TPM side of things, look, you can always buy a TPM module. If that's all it was that made things Windows 11 compatible, wouldn't that be great? But no, security is far more complex, and the focus and attention that TPM gets doesn't mean that's the only thing Windows 11 requires. When we look at Windows 11 requirements, it's not on the top of my head, that's why I can't remember. But Windows 11 requires CPU capability. Trying to think what it's called. First of all, it's got to be 64-bit. It's got to be at least a gigahertz processor. VBS is called virtualization-based security. VBS is not supported on older processors. They can't possibly run something that were never designed to run. They weren't built for that. You want to take your Mazda Miata out off-roading because now you're into off-roading? Your car wasn't designed for that. You're going to break the car. You're not going to get too far either. There's a whole bunch of articles online that go through the depth of understanding all of the things that are missing from older CPUs, all the technology that wasn't invented yet, that Windows 11 needs to have in order to be worth upgrading to. If you don't have that stuff, bypassing the requirements negates any benefit from having Windows 11. You might as well just stay with Windows 10. A 5th generation Intel CPU, just so you know, Intel 5th gen CPUs were released in 2014, 11 years ago. If you had a baby when the Broadwell microarchitecture of Gen 5 Intel CPUs came out, your baby would be a preteen, getting ready for junior high school. This is a computer, it's not a toaster. If you're going to get on the internet, which evolves with or without you, you are making yourself so easy to attack, to have your identity stolen, to have your data encrypted. You're making it so easy for them. Even if there's no other reason than boredom, that temptation to mess with you is almost undeniably and irrefutably irresistible, because you won't move on. So if you want to do that to yourself, at least disconnect from the internet so you're safe. Or machines like this, they're $100, $120. Why are you using a 5th gen Intel processor with the idea that you want to be able to put Windows 11 on it? Is it a diamond? Did you think you were going to buy it once? Why, for the love of all that's holy, are you still using that computer today? I understand, so long as Windows 10 is supported, you're okay. What's your plan mid-October? And why are you procrastinating? I just got to know. What's going through your mind? Is it just stubbornness? Are you just non-conformist and I'm not going to do it. I'm not locking my doors. I'm going to leave my car keys in my car. I don't care. Or is there a real legitimate reason that you're stuck with that for some reason? That's a very unusually long time to have a computer. It's not too common. And it's definitely long past it should have been upgraded years ago. Nobody should be running 5th gen today. 7th gen, sure. Anything older than 7th gen is too old. Should have been long ago replaced. And some information here in the chat regarding some of the CPU involved enhancements that have come out that Windows 11 takes advantage of that I can't think of. And there's articles online to get into all the technical mumbo jumbo of it. But Raven 4K mentions that there's instruction sets, which is a technical term that's not very specific. But again, they're legitimate, real reasons that denying yourself is just punishing you. You're not getting away, you're outsmarting anybody. And you have till October. You actually have till the end of the year, to be honest. Just because support ends in October. It starts getting really dangerous after January 1st. That's where, if you haven't made the move by now, I suggest you unplug the computer from the internet and just use your phone or something current and updated to get online, unless you don't care if anybody steals your identity or encrypts your data, and you're willing to roll those dice every single second you're online. You don't have to worry about your router and your antivirus. This goes well beyond you clicking on a link. This has to do with exploits and holes in the operating system that they can just utilize automatically in the background without you ever knowing. You will be completely oblivious to a proper attack. You will only see the consequences of it and be able to forensically look at what went wrong after the damage is done. If you want to live that way, go for it. I wouldn't run my business that way because I wouldn't have a business anymore. If we just waited till the patient died, then we figured out why they died, that doesn't help the patient very much. We'd prefer to identify the illness and correct it, or try to correct it as soon as possible, being more proactive, rather than being reactive. But you don't have to be proactive. You may choose to be reactive. It's your choice. But do understand what consequences are more than likely coming your way. Maybe you'll be lucky. Is your luck going to run out ever? It's your choice, man. Patrick said, my oldest PC in the house should have been replaced years ago. It's an AMD A6 3620, purchased in 2011. Why do you still have it? Are you emotionally attached to it? I don't understand. My first computer was a 286-16 in 1993, 91, 90? I think it was 89. Even if I had it, I wouldn't want it. It would just be taking up valuable space that I could use for more valuable things. At what point? I don't get it. What's got to happen for you to let that go? Does it need to catch fire and burn the house down? And, oh, I should have got rid of that yesterday. I'm not saying it will. I don't understand. Why are you holding on to it? Patrick says, family member uses that one the most and said they didn't want it replaced in the past, but it should have been. It's so slow. Is it an economic problem? Is it that there's not $100 to buy a new computer? Can they use it without the internet? They do understand the internet is evolving every second of every day, and they're not. So they become an easier, more attractive target every single day. Unless you take them offline. I don't think they understand that. Do they not have insurance on the house or their cars? Peter said his first computer was a 286, later a 386 and 486 DX66. Yeah, I kind of followed a very similar path. I was given a 386. I was lucky. Someone gave one to me. Because they were upgrading to a 486, and I did the work, and they said, you can have my old parts. So I got a free upgrade. Patrick says, yeah, they could probably use it without internet. They probably don't understand, but they do have insurance. Well, maybe phrase it in the way of insurance. And if you can take them offline, well, they can use whatever they want. My concern is just trying to avoid what is eventually inevitable if they maintain that old computer online. It's not going to end well for them. And do you want to deal with that situation? It sounds like you're the one they're going to come to. So at the end of the day, it's on you to decide if you want to steer them in that direction and how heavy-handed you want to be about it. If you're the one that's going to be when they call to fix it all and clean up the mess. So to each their own. Yeah, Doug Betts has been replacing a lot of his clients' computers with just entry-level B-Link mini PCs, and he's selling them by the dozen. They are very fast, and people are blown away by how adequate, forget adequate, how the performance that comes out of these little boxes, people, once they experience it, they can't believe it. That's why you have to actually do it for them and show them, and they go, oh my gosh, I didn't know. And it really wakes them up to how far along technology has gone along. Just because they've been ignoring it, look at how much they've missed. And it's a great way to set them, it really instills that you're not just talking. Look and see for yourself. Look what this little tiny box can do, especially when it works. Look what it's capable of. Look how tiny it is. Look how inexpensive it is. And you know what they'll almost always say? I wish I'd have known. Many of you might have said, I wish I'd have known that about Rufus. Well, now you know. We all have to learn from others that teach us, or we have to go out and seek the knowledge ourselves. But how do you seek the knowledge that you don't have to know to go to look for it? You'd have to be aware you didn't have it. So it takes somebody to point it out for you. Then what you choose to do with it, well, that's on you. But most people universally will make the same choice, which is quite obvious and beneficial, which is to enjoy the evolution of life. We don't have to live the way we lived 50 years ago. Things have gotten better. Houses have gotten bigger. You know what the average size of an American house was in the 1900s, early 1900s, late 1800s? Like 500 square feet. Now, an average house in America is about 1,500 square feet. Just saying. Insulation's better. Air conditioning's nice. You know, there's so much that's advanced into technology that makes life so much nicer. Why would you deny that to yourself? And the only reason I can think of is they don't know. They don't know what they're missing because they never had it. And they're happy with what they have. Comparison causes all unhappiness. If you want to remove all unhappiness, stop comparing things and you'll always be happy. It's true. All right, that'll wrap it up. Thank you guys for hanging out. And that's going to wrap it up for me for today. Thanks to Mara, who works tirelessly in the background doing our channel administration. We are back live tomorrow, I think, with the rest of the streamer build. And thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your support, your memberships, your contributions. Thanks to our friends at SCD Keys, continuing to offer the 30% off coupon code. And all the links for everything we discussed are in the video notes below the video. If you're interested in one of these, get one while they last. Available on Amazon. You can still get them today. It's a solid performer. And the ones we were looking at Amazon are better than this one. This is an i5. Those were i7s. Okay. That's going to wrap it up. I'll see you all very, very soon. Until next time, bye for now.